beagle rolls. Like if I'm also my shepherd mix, because he'll stare at me with those sad doggo eyes, like your dad, you're eating, but I'm not. It's okay. I understand, Dad. You had to eat, so I didn't get to.
All right, stream is live.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
We will stop sharing our stories about our fur babies and all of that. All right. Let's see. Okay, so it's been 3 weeks since we played Mythic Odyssey of Dragonlords. Dad joke time. We haven't played since last year.
Sheesh. All right, well, I'm gonna head out
then. All right.
This is how we started off.
Who would like to do the ultimate recap? Put us back in the Mythic Odysseys of the Dragonlords. Remove all memories of Omnicrom, Christmas, Jesus Christ, and
Betty White.
Betty White's death,
the
end of America, the age of capitalist dystopia. That this is a big responsibility. This is the ultimate recap. A lucky point waits for you on the other side of it. Who is brave and bold enough to do this? Anybody?
I mean, if no one wants it, I mean, I can see whether or not my recap is worthy.
Considering who we dealt with last, I feel like it should be Julian.
I honestly, I want to know about it from Julian's perspective. I feel like that is the right play here.
Okay.
Right? If that is what the people want, far be it from me for denying the people what they want. So, when we last left off, we had just witnessed the obliteration of the skull of Steve Harvey. He did not want to participate in the Lotus Witches games. So, on the fly, as it were, she sort of worked things out. We're using the special glass tablets. We were able to play these electronic games, I think they were. But there was all these pop-up ads for Raid Shadow Legends. I don't know. Oren, you played a lot of that. That seemed to be really grabbing your attention. Anyway.
It was fantastic.
Yes. Everyone did very well. I kind of shat the bed on that. But it kind of worked out because everyone's got to spin on the wheel of prizes, but myself and Telemachus. But there was some not so good things that could come as a result, and Sibo got shrunk down to the size of an ant? An ant? Yes. You're what, 3 inches tall, 6 inches tall? Something very tiny. And he can now ride around on the back of Sophia, if he so wishes, which is interesting. Now, we do ask after Joyous, Sibo's father, and we find out that he is in yonder, over yonder, in yonder, something. And Andronicus asks if his family can be restored to him. Lotus Witch does answer yes, but it might cost us everything to try and help Andronicus do so. We don't know. It's kind of... She's rather vague on that point. We do manage to learn learn of the constellation that we need to follow in order to get to the Island of the Fates, which is going to be very important. And we do get the Lotus Witch to agree to support us if we get the other Sphinxes to say that she was right about whatever they were disagreeing on. Again, she was not clear on that point. And she'll even lift the curse of the Scorpion Island Centaurs if we can get the other Sphinxes to apologize for their quote-unquote stupidity. So that's a rather tall order. We make our way magically back to the beach after going through all that. Our B team, our fellow NPCs, had been waiting. We'd only been gone for moments, although it seemed forever. And through discussion of everything that transpired, Sibo agrees after he and Nessa sort of worked things out and realized they're sort of a good match, to become her rider. This will save her from the curse of the scorpion. Unfortunately, Versi witnessed Sibo's commitment to Nessa, and she did not look happy when that happened. We decide, after fond farewells on the beach, to head to Aresia, in an effort to free Echo's beloved Narcissus. We do not make any sacrifices to Sidon, so take us 5 days to get there. As we are traveling, Nessa and Sibo spend time bonding underneath the stars, smoking some excellent halfling weed or something, and just taking in the immensity of the universe. Being well aware of Versi's designs towards Sibo, more likely Nessa, since she is a jealous sort, I decide to head things off and try and talk to her. My attempts at diplomacy were interpreted as attempts at bedding, and, well, who am I to deny a pretty lady what she wants? And for 2 days, we are otherwise engaged. But my understanding is, as I was sleeping, Sibo did make his way back into his room, sort of about taking over that old boy. But he did make his way back into his room and spoke with Versi, and they have reached an understanding. And so we'll see how the interpersonal relations are moving forward. And we have some questions we need answered as far as how we're going to approach things in Aresia, whether we're going to try and capitalize on our fame, or we're going to be coming in under a political banner and see what we can do.
All right, man. Wow, that's right, because we left off with we're going to kill the Fates. That's where we left off with. Okay. Woof. All that happened in one session?
Yes.
Wow.
Also.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Also, we decided to have a meeting with every single of our NPCs to find out if they have any.
Are they romanceable? What are their turn-ons and turn-offs?
Oh man!
What are their goals?
Wow.
Where do they see themselves in 5 years?
Any food allergies?
Let me get this straight. Did we go over time? We fit all that into one session? That's incredible.
No. That was just like one of the things we discussed as a plan. We didn't actually go through all that.
We did, as I said, we decided to have the meeting. We haven't had it yet.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I thought we started fleshing that out already in anticipation.
We did a little.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, definitely take your lucky point. That's a lot. A lot happened. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna need it because if the way you're reprogramming things, I've got 3 misfortune tokens and only 1 fortune token.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna talk about.
I'm gonna need them.
This is the first game of the year, so we're going to talk about all the new changes that have transpired. And Yuletide has happened, so we do have to deal with that. So let's go ahead and knock out Yuletide real quick. All right, what do we got here? Okay, this year's Yuletide. Scrolling up to the top here. All right, so. Andronikos, you received a present from apparently some fan of the work that you've been doing, which honestly might hit you hard in the feels that anyone actually remembered who the fuck you were long enough to send you a present. Yeah, but the note says, I figured this would compliment you. Blue and orange are complementary colors after all. It is a silver necklace with an orange gemstone pendant from someone named Django. It definitely sounds like someone from not from the main continent. So there we go. So you could put Django's pendant, I guess, on your character sheet. As far as you could tell, it's not magical. It doesn't do anything fancy, but it looks nice. It looks nice.
Doesn't seem to be unchained either.
Yeah. Additionally, Yeah, there is a chain on it. You're right. So there are sightings of an eldritch cat of some sort wandering about the ship. The cat is said to speak into the minds of those who witness it and is offering them very small, adorable swords. Some of the crew have taken these small, adorable swords. So far, only a couple of injuries. Do any of your characters partake of these offerings before the cat leaves?
Small, adorable sword for a 2-inch tall. Yeah, I'll.
Okay, for you, it is like the berserk sword.
Oh my God.
For everyone else, it is barely a short sword. It's barely a short sword.
I'll pass on cursed sword to my cat,
Okay.
but thanks though.
All right. So Sibo, since you were the only one that took it, I will let you know what it did. It is not magical, but it can be once per day.
Ooh.
Yeah. Once per day for 1 round. If you wish hard enough, it will be a magical weapon.
Deal.
Yeah. And I mean, if you really want to go full meta and really upset your patron, it is a way to find a new warlock patron, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh no!
Oh, that's fantastic.
All of you receive a package from someone known as Cyrus. When you read the title and look upon the package, you feel slightly ill, as if you're not supposed to have seen who sent it to you, or even have received it in the first place. Like, maybe something is coming unraveled in the universe that would allow this sort of gift exchange to occur. Either way, opening it up reveals a lovely compass. You recognize this from your homeworld as a compass. This is what normal people in normal worlds use to sail around the ocean.
Imagine needing this to know which way's north.
Yeah. Not overly used in this setting because of the whole shifting islands and using the stars and Antikytherians and all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of cool. The note simply says, "May it guide you in your travels."
Oh, that's nice.
All right. And Andronicos, you got another present. This one has a similar kind of glitchiness to it when you look upon it. But upon opening it, you see that it is a traditional Triton-styled armband jewelry. And someone has incorporated some feathers into it. You could give me a nature or medicine check to see if you recognize from what creature these feathers came. Or you could just live in ignorance and joy and not make a check at all.
I'll attempt a nature check, but
Okay.
got a nothing to it. So
Guidance.
Okay. Give me that D4 for guidance.
hey, getting off to a
hey.
good start.
These red and white feathers are from a siren. All right. The note says, "Worry not, for you will find the answers you seek. When the path splits, make sure to follow your heart and do not hesitate."
Aw.
You turn it over. What are your lucky numbers?
There is also let's see. There is a
And is there a special word you can learn from a different language?
Yep.
no, but you do, the longer you look at it, the more the feathers seem to have a bit of a like a fiery sort of look to it when the light hits it, and you notice that amongst the different sea glass and shells that make up the jewelry, there is a small fiery red gem.
Emphasis on red.
The item is magical, but identification magic does not reveal what it does, which is a good indication that it's cursed. Some of the more superstitious crew members tell you.
I put it on anyway.
All right.
Hell yeah.
The pendant is on as well.
Okay, nice. You get all blinged out there.
Absolutely.
Julian, seeing that gifts are being delivered from afar by this creature right here, the Keledone, remembers that he too has gifts and begins to pass them out. Do you want to tell everybody what you got them, or do you want you want me to just narrate it?
I can tell everyone. I can.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
All right. I just gotta pull up the list real quick.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I guess I should be playing seasonal music, but I'm kind of over it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
There's only so much one can take.
yeah.
All
just,
right.
Just let Mariah Carey rest.
So we'll just go and out more or less what I've got written down here. Andronicus, I do recollect that the drawings that we recovered for you are of great importance, and so with some of my newfound skills, I made a magically enchanted frame, and it will animate those charcoal drawings of your family. They will wave at you, kind of interact a little bit, and they won't speak to you, but they will, if you look carefully, if you read lips, they will mouth words of love and encouragement to you. I saw something like it in a play once, and I think it was Harius Potricus or something or whatnot along those lines. If you're familiar with it, I hope that's all.
Thank you very much, Julian.
And let's see, that was got to be sent across the multiverse. And for Kyra, I got you a singing bee in a jar. It doesn't mind being kept, but I thought your love of puns, a singing bee, a singing bee competition. I don't know.
She just stares at you. Thanks, as she takes the bee.
What a beauty, am I right?
Lorius, I've got you a really, really nice hand mirror. I mean, you always want to look your best. I always want you to look your best. So enjoy this. See, it's a hand mirror that holds the attention of anyone looking into it, and you feel absolutely fabulous as you stare into it. So that is gifted to Lorius.
Nice. Lorius is very pleased and wanders off, staring at himself.
Maya, I know you've been dabbling a little bit as far as possibly brewing things, and I remember you did a really good tea at one point, and I came across this kettle that will heat itself when filled with water. Happy Yuletime.
Wait, it heats itself?
Yes, fill it with water, heats itself, and you can put in your herbs and spices, whatever in the little cheesecloth there, and brew teas.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Oren, I don't mean to be catty, but I will.
Yeah, what do you get for the guy that has everything,
But that rag on your head has got to go, darling. I found this eye patch made of polished obsidian and on very fine leather cord. I think that will give you a much more rakish air and look much better in the long run. And Julian will present the eye patch, the fancy eye patch.
Nice.
Yeah, Warren will swap out his rag. He'll put it back into his shirt pocket like a handkerchief.
And let's see, Pythor, I know you have your love of potatoes, so I found a recipe book, 101 ways to make to cook potatoes.
He stares at you, and he stares at the thing. His lower lip kind of trembles a bit, and he pulls you into an embrace.
I give him a big old hug back, and I pat him on the arm, which I imagine he's still pretty big. That's about all I can reach. So,
All right.
yeah. Didn't want you to think I'd forgotten about you, Uncle. Sorry. Sibo, I got these while we were still back in Mytros, although I don't know how this is going to work out moving forward, but I got you the remaining 8 books of the Aresian saga.
Yeah.
Track them down for you.
Awesome.
Out of character, like, I don't know if this is going to cost me anything, but if I need to pay to track those down,
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. All right. It's
It's Christmas time.
Okay.
Well, not anymore, but at the time it was.
Nice.
And yes, and I don't have it here, but I sent out some presents to some others as well. I found a really cool magical model of a palace, and it perfectly replicates Valis's palace. So I sent that to her. And my understanding from the seller is that it will match exactly anything that changes to the royal palace. So if she does a remodeling, repainting, anything like that, it will magically reform itself to match the real thing. I thought it was sort of a neat gift. And I found a schematic that I thought might inspire Vulcan, or he might just, I don't know, appreciate it. Hopefully, sent that off to him. It's a pencil. It's a pencil drawing of something that's like a crossbow, but it's more tubular. It's got different trigger setup than a typical crossbow, and a lot of molded and shaped glass in a cylindrical tube. So I don't know if this will amount to anything for him, but I thought it might be a fun thing to tinker with.
Sibo, it looks exactly like the death wands that spider lady was using when you looked through the window into the stone city where they were fighting the bug people.
Nice.
Yeah. It looks a lot like that, but more steampunked up.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. That's awesome.
And also, I sent my father a tiny copper dragon figurine that, when left in direct sunlight, it will animate, and it has a very friendly disposition. So I just thought that might be a fun little thing, father-son thing. Since I've got my own, the copper dragon on its way, and something to keep that emotional connection going. I haven't been away from Mytros for a while. And then lastly, Telemachus, I know you probably think that I don't have anything for you, that I shit on you all the time, but got this for you. And Julian pulls out a sort of hastily wrapped, almost verging on crappily wrapped package, and he gives it to Telemachus to open up.
Telemachus looks at you and says, "My friend, you never crap on me. Sometimes we give each other a hard time, but that is what friends do. I gladly accept this gift." And he takes the gift from you and begins to immediately unwrap it in front of everyone.
But if put it on and tell me what you think.
All right, he takes out the ugly woolen hat and he puts it on his head. It is struggling to hold in them curls, but he lets out a sigh and says, "This hat is very soft. Soft like the skin of Kyra. Thank you."
You're welcome. You're welcome.
It's very thoughtful of you, Julian. I did not know it was the occasion for the giving of gifts. Volcania is a long ways away, so were you just feeling generous, or?
I was overcome by a spirit, if you will, to seek out something for everyone.
It's funny you should mention spirits, because I was also doing some venturing, specifically into the Nyx, and I came across this weird dream. It was Oren was there, except he was just a voice, and like my voice was there, but it wasn't me. I was a two-dimensional bug. It was very strange. But point being, when I woke up, there was this snake on the bed next to me, and apparently it can function as two different types of rope. Oren, we thought maybe you would want it.
Oh, means take a closer look, and Oren will inspect the rope snake.
Well, the rope snake is red and adorable, and immediately sort of slithers towards you and up your leg and then onto your shoulder.
It's got the properties of both a rope and a snake.
Correct.
That's
It's
amazing.
actually far greater even than that. I have to actually pull up its stats real quick.
It's a rope of climbing and also a rope of entanglement.
Oh my
Something like
god.
that. And also basically a familiar with like 1 hit point.
All right, let me see.
Just like a
Export.
Sprinkles-esque familiar with 1 hit point.
Oh no, it can most assuredly die. So.
I know, yeah. I've seen firsthand the horrors that the rope snake has faced.
Let's see.
guy.
Create item. I guess this. Oh no, we're not creating it. Yeah, sure. And we'll go this. Yeah. Good old import tool.
Maya stares at the rope snake sitting on Oren's shoulder, and then looks back at her snake. Her snakes look back at her.
Yeah. The rope snake seems to only have eyes for Orn. It's like it knew in its heart that someday it would find a person somewhere in the multiverse that would actually appreciate it and its great purpose.
It's got so many. Who wouldn't appreciate such a masterclass of an item?
Well,
Alright.
if you need any help on learning how to take care of snakes, let me know.
If it sheds its skin, we'll have more ropes.
So OOC,
Farm?
is this a creature or is this like a magical item or a little bit?
I thought that I added it to Oren's character sheet. Let's see. Oh yeah, I added 2 of them. Hold on, let me get rid of one. They're breeding.
That's what we're hoping for.
There we go.
Oh
Toss
my
in the
god.
chat.
And it's 60 foot too. You know how hard it is to get a 60-foot length rope? Practically impossible.
All right, I will add this
It's a
under
very
your,
long snake.
under your Pokemons as well. There we go. Man, going way back for that. Going way back for that. All right. Import data. And rope snake. Import.
Well, according to this, it says it has an AC of 20 and 20 hit points.
Well, that's incredible. Let's see. You can't all be the owner. What am I doing? Oren is the owner. All right, so here's the cutie out in the world.
Yes.
Yes.
Does it always look surprised like that?
Well, when it's a rope of climbing, it has an AC of 20 and 20 hit points. Well, what it changes forms and stats as needed. So,
Okay.
but
So
yeah, it
I
always looks
guess-
perpetually surprised like that. Correct.
So I guess my
ready to grapple
question
onto
is like,
something.
can it? So at certain times it could be helped by the mending spell, but at other times it would have to be like a healing spell.
Well, the nature of a rope of climbing and a rope of entanglement is as magical items, they are far too powerful to be fixed by a mending spell.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Mending is only mundane things. What am I saying?
Yeah, no worries. This creature is far from mundane. It has seen such horrors, such wonders.
Would it be able to be healed with a healing spell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But not when it's a rope.
So,
Yes.
all right.
All right, cool.
Be
Okay,
very
so-
careful with that one, Oren. Don't let it. Don't use it to tie us to one another ever.
Oh. No, I've got other ropes for that. Don't worry.
So Kyra approaches you, Julian. She says, sorry, the bee's great. The bee's great. The pun was just so bad. I was processing all the psychic damage you dealt to me. But listen, Junior, kiddo, champ. I see that you're really getting into this nerd stuff like your grandfather. And so I wrote this for you.
Oh God.
So my son got into nerd stuff recently. He blew up his chemistry set. I guess accidents happen.
Yes.
Anybody? Nobody?
I,
No.
no,
Oh,
I understand that one.
uh,
I deserve that. I
okay.
deserve that.
Anyways, no. It was very sweet of you. I don't think we're gonna have time for Volcania this year, so or Volcanania. So it's really cool that you did this. Thank you. Apparently,
Well,
I've been caught up to speed, and that's like a holiday that's on my birthday apparently, and then my dad travels all over Thylea giving gifts to impoverished children or something. So, but apparently it's me. I wasn't really looking forward to doing that, so I'm glad that we're not gonna have time for it. Anyways, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, so as you guys are exchanging and discussing gifts, things fade out, and unfortunately, the tutorial menu pops up because we got to discuss some of the changes that are coming to our games here in the new year. All right, a huge change. All the games will now have succeed at a cost, and succeed at a cost tables have been updated.
Yes.
Part of that update is a change to how we handle fortune and misfortune, which has created 2 new status effects, lucky and unlucky.
Oh, nice.
All right. So no longer does it have anything to do with your money or your resources in that way. Fortune and misfortune tokens cancel each other out. If you have 1 or more misfortune tokens, you are unlucky. If you have 1 or more fortune tokens, you are unlucky. Whatever, like words. So basically, if you're unlucky, you have a -1 to all attacks, saves, and checks. Blanket.
Nice.
However, if you are lucky, you have a +1 to all attacks, saves, and checks. This will make succeeding at a cost and misfortunes, not misfortunes, consequences, more, I think more scary than ever, because I think we're all toting around misfortune a lot of the times if we're succeeding at cost a lot, and we are all kind of like, the DM won't even remember. But now, yeah, it will actually create a status effect, which we will now model, and hopefully it will work. So let's take SIBO.
Yes.
All right, and we will apply the new lucky status. All right, and I guess that should affect all of your attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks, all that. There should just be a little bonus there. Let's see. I see an extra +1 there.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
And then unlucky, Maya's going to demonstrate that for us.
Yeah. Where's my? Here it is.
Okay.
Yep, just a little -1.
All right, sweet. So now we have lucky and unlucky. This is coming to you all the way from Hackmaster 4th edition, where they have something called honorable and dishonorable, which are statuses that do the exact same things that lucky and unlucky are doing for us. I think it's a cool way to kind of balance out, because honestly, if you are lucky, it is just because you get a shitload of boons. Like, that is the only way to gain the lucky status, is just getting a shitload of boons and never getting misfortune tokens. So yeah. Succeeding at a cost is the thing, though, and it is for everybody, and we have added more clarity. We've also removed random swarms of pests. So hopefully
Great.
the random
Rats.
swarms of pests have gone down a little bit. So we'll see what happens. So that's one change that has happened. Another change that has happened that affects you guys is when we first posted this game, we were doing no multiclassing, and we've gotten rid of that. So multiclassing is open. So if those of you who did want to multiclass needed to do some kind of respec, minor or major, to allow for that, there's been 3 weeks now to kind of look into doing that and making those changes and whatnot. So that does kind of open up possibilities. Also, we're making 2022 the year of homebrew. So that does open up options from Valda's Spire Secrets, which is all third-party classes, but a lot of them are really, really fun and really, really cool. Also, Advanced 5e, Level Up 5e has a couple of new classes in there as well. And we did pick up Beast Heart from Matt Coville, which is basically a pet trainer. I don't know if there's like that really comes into play. And then for Julian, Artificer has come out of the penalty box, and Moon Druid has gone into the penalty box. So I get to have one whole year without Moon Druids. I cry of relief. Further, the nerfed feats are now level gated. You guys should all have access to them. So the feats that were banned are now nerfed a bit. Almost every person that's seen the changes to these feats has been happy with the changes that are made to them. So keep in mind, there's also boosted feats. We have boosted the Grappler feat, so it has become better than it was before. The reason that we boosted Grappler feat was to match up with the new grappling system. Basically, this is something that Dom and I have been using unofficially in our games for a long time now, but basically it covers things like climbing on a big monster and then that monster moving around and you're on the monster, and you know, small people not being able to drag tremendously huge things around the battlefield, and big people being able to move things around the battlefield without penalties. And it just kind of adds a bit more, not so much realism, but I guess a bit more common sense to that sort of stuff. We've been using the daze status for a while. Daze status, whenever possible, we're going to sub out dazed for stunned, because being stunned is not very fun. So we're going to kind of try to swap that out. If a monster is very, very tough, or for example, if you fail a saving throw against the stun effect by 5 or more, you might still be stunned, depending on the creature that you're fighting. But for the most part, we're trying to swap out dazed for stun. Let's see, is there anything else new for you guys? Simplifying and speeding up harvesting times. Nothing about crafting, the economy, or really anything in 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons is realistic or makes sense. So there's no reason for you guys to spend a long time harvesting monster parts. So we've sped up that process to hopefully encourage people to harvest monsters more frequently. How we're probably, and this is something we all need to decide on, how we're going to handle crafting in this campaign. Since Julian is trying to kind of become a bit of an artificer and follow in his grandfather's footsteps, he is going to be sort of your intermediary between Vulcan and the Mithril Forge. So anything that I tell you about crafting is basically Julian telling you about crafting, as he is going to be the iconic like crafting hub in your campaign, unless people are greatly opposed to that idea.
What sort of commissions are we talking to you, Julian?
I'm assuming it's all pro bono, but yeah, I guess that's something you guys will have to figure out. Let's see. Is there anything else worth mentioning? Oh yeah, the medicine skill has been buffed.
High five, Oren.
Significantly.
Yeah, no kidding.
So if you are proficient in medicine, it has gone, in my opinion, from being the least important skill to have proficiency in to a very good skill to have proficiency in, because it also helps mitigate potion toxicity, among other things. So moving forward, the standard function of a medicine kit is that you can provide simple injury repairs and stabilization with a healer's kit. Medicine can be used with wisdom or intelligence. You gain knowledge of injuries, biology, diseases, and poisons. And then if you are trained, you can use it to diagnose status effects. You can use it to perform surgery, autopsies. You can use an action to administer aid to someone who is suffering an ongoing spell or effect, and the next time they make a saving throw against that effect, they could do so with advantage. This is something that the help action cannot provide. If you are administering a potion to yourself or someone else, you can make a medicine check to deliver maximum healing from the potion. These definitely need to be exclusive to each other. You can use an action to make a medicine check when you're administering a potion to yourself or adjacent creature, and if you are successful, there are no potion toxicity effects from that potion. So two different cool effects you can add to a potion. So something to keep in mind.
Are we doing the Constitution for potion toxicity in here?
The Constitution saves to avoid Constitution.
No.
The
Constitution-
amount.
yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Let's check. Toxicity. There we go. Potion toxicity. Drinking a potion is a bonus action or an action. Administering a potion is an action. You can consume a number. There we go. You can consume a number of potions equal to your con modifier. Per long rest. So any potions consumed past that number start to incur potion toxicity. So we're easing up how strict potion toxicity is. If you don't have a good Constitution score, I mean, that sucks for you. But if you have a good one, then you should be able to chug quite a few potions. So that is a big change. Also, potions made by alchemist artificers, blood hunters, and Valdespire alchemists ignore potion toxicity rules altogether. So that's cool. Best way to track potions would be under the custom resources tool, where you have your inspiration, your hit dice, your fortune, misfortune, all that jazz. Your best bet is just to track that there. So just add something like potions or something.
We could just use the status and put it on multiple times for how many you've taken. Right?
Ooh, that works too. Yeah, whatever works best for you guys to track how many potions you've taken and what your limits are. So like Andronicos, you can do 4 potions before having to worry about potion toxicity.
Yeah.
Let's see. Also, monster-wise, you're going to be encountering more and more raw monsters. Except for like bosses and mid-bosses, which will still be Giffyglyph monsters. The reason for that is mainly Foundry VTT does not really support Monster Maker very well at all. So it's a tremendous effort to get these monsters into Foundry all the time. And really, in the fights themselves, I feel like it's not that different as you get higher in level, fighting a normal monster and fighting a Giffy monster. At lower levels, for sure, you can definitely feel the difference between the different monsters. At higher levels, it seems to be less and less so. So it's more of just a quality of life for me. There are going to be places where I have already put Giffy monsters for everything. But don't be surprised if you start encountering bad math monsters, aka raw monsters, during your adventures. It is going to start happening. All right. Am I forgetting anything else? I think that's all the big changes. So yeah, you are the first group to use the new sack tables and the new lucky and unlucky status. So yeah. All right. With all of that settled, let's go ahead and start. 47 minutes in, let's go ahead and start the actual session. There's a lot of bookkeeping and a lot of catch up, but here we are setting sail for Aresia, and nothing else is going to distract us from going to Aresia at all. Except Andronicos, your egg starts hatching.
Nice.
Yeah, it does.
Oh. No, yeah, I know it does. Yeah. So
I know.
Where are you at when you're? Where's your egg located? Is in like you have like
I
a
imagine
marsupial?
my egg is being like babysat by Elpis in my quarters, and so everybody that's anywhere nearby just starts receiving frantic psychic calls for help as soon as it starts shaking even a little bit, because Elpis is freaking out.
Right. So, Elpis sends out telepathic cries for assistance, and anyone nearby, you get the message, the feeling of urgency coming from Andronicos and Helice's room. Helice rushes into the scene, and Elpis looks around. pointing frantically at the egg, which is now crackling with electricity and sort of creating static all around it as things begin to cling to each other. And anybody with hair in the room, you feel the hair on your arms and legs and neck sort of stand up on end. The hair on your head begins to sort of rise up a little bit. There's a crackling in the air. So Elpis turns to you, Andronikos, and with eyes full of joy and wonder, points to the egg and sends you a feeling of triumphant joy as you watch the egg begin to crack and move, and slowly but surely the crackling of electricity dies down, and you see the snoot of a small baby begin to poke its way out of the egg and look around.
No.
Huh?
Hmm.
All right.
I thought it'd be bigger.
It is currently about the size of a house cat.
I tell Elpis that he did a great job, and I'm very proud of him.
All right.
And then I go over towards my new dragonling.
Okay. Elpis nods to you and then kind of flies over to the corner and perches there to watch the upcoming exchange. All right. As you approach, the dragon is kind of pushing down and away the remnants of the eggshells, and it is still kind of wet and slimy from the fluids inside the egg. It stretches its wings, which are sort of fan-like, as they kind of run all along the creature's side. And as it does, you can see how dangerously thin the membrane of those wings are. Its eyes open and look around, and it looks up at you, and you feel a deep connection between you and this creature.
I reach out and sort of put, I guess as if it's house cat size, like my first two fingers on its head, and I say, "You shall be Callias, for you are most beautiful."
Right.
It-
Yeah,
it-
the creature kind of cocks its head curiously like a dog and nods at you. And then it starts to approach and climb your outstretched hand up into your arms.
The miracle of life.
That's amazing.
life finds a way.
The
I'm trying to look for
the creature
words.
crackles with electricity as it kind of climbs up you, and it's not pleasant. And then it sort of like settles in the nest or the forest of your head tentacles, kind of finding a place within there, and just its little head pokes out occasionally to look around. Mm.
Am I just imagining it, or was the actual words of like the Dragonlord oath written in the thing somewhere?
They are. I mean, it's only about 5 or 10 minutes old. Do you want to tell it the oath
I mean,
now, or?
it says you're supposed to, like, for my on my subclass it says newly hatched. So I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
know when
Oh,
I didn't know if there was like a cutoff that I
gotta-
needed to be aiming for, or
Yeah, let me track that down for you.
You gotta bring it up to speed. Yeah, it's in the player's doc. I think it's in like it's towards the end. It's like page 20 or something.
I recently reorganized all my stuff because I moved everything from OneDrive to Google Drive, and so
Oh, no
now I can't
worries.
find anything.
Let's see. Oh, I need to open up that. I'm in the DM's guide. Let me grab the player one.
Here, I found it.
PDFs.
Put it in chat.
Oh, thank you.
Baby's 3 minutes old and you're already dumping this on him.
Well, I was unsure when the time limit was.
That's fair.
So, from what I know of dragons from my Your First Dragon book, are dragons like immediately like?
Oh, they're allegedly
or is it more like
they're fully formed and ready to ass kick from the moment they hatch.
okay?
Yeah.
In that case, I will.
Each of us have to give to our dragon, because there's one particular line that I feel is a bit, overly rigorous.
What are you trying to increase your wealth by non-righteous means, correct?
Righteous means,
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
It's righteous, but it's for a good cause in the long run.
That's it.
I mean,
What does righteous mean?
We're getting a counselor onto this ship as soon as we get to Aresia.
Well, what does righteous mean to you, Julian? And your dragon.
Well, I mean, it sort of depends on the situation, doesn't it?
Okay.
All right.
So I'm assuming that everybody's sort of gathering. So I guess
yeah.
sort of
From
like in
the
middle
hallway,
of
from the hallway, you hear Pythor as he peers in, and he just says, "Baby."
So I
he
guess
wipes
sort
a
of
tear away from his
cradling,
eye.
He's like
Yeah.
cradling
he's like a dad now.
the dragonling. Andronicus will look down at it, and he'll cast Bond to the Dragonlords, and the verbal components for which are the Dragonlord Oath. So he'll look down at it in his arms and say, "I cannot possess you, for you belong to yourself. I cannot command you, for you are a free creature. We shall serve each other in the ways we both require. We will increase our wealth by righteous means." I should look at Julian. "We will achieve happiness and harmony through knowledge. We will aid those of our blood to achieve their great destinies." I look at everybody with that one. "We will avenge those of our blood who have been done harm." I think of Kalik and Hirak. "I am blood of your blood and bone of your bone, forever." And then I just nestle him back up amongst my head tentacles.
I cast Counterspell.
No mustaches.
No.
My counterspell is counterspell.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
No.
Yeah, as you say these words, you do feel a tremendous force kind of pass over you and then pass over sort of the room, and you feel in that moment that there is a bond between you and this dragon. This is a pretty bold move here. Let's see. The only as a paladin, you're able to cast this without the 5,000 GP spell component. By the way, yeah. So you've permanently bonded with this dragon. Let's see. You have nurtured the egg so that it would hatch, and let's see. Obviously, it cannot be used as a mount because it is too small. But it can now accompany you into battle if you would like to risk this baby's life. And if doing so,
I ponder going back to the tower and asking her to give me the same thing that happened to Sibo, so that I could write it. But then, no.
You can decide how the dragon moves and attacks during combats, and while it fights beside you, it does lose its multi-attack feature. If your dragon is a breath weapon, it can be used once, and it recharges after you and the dragon complete a long rest. This dragon is actually a Giffy dragon, so you can ignore that. Just use its dice pool if you want. If the bonded dragon dies, you will also die within 24 hours, unless the dragon is returned to life.
Oh my god.
You cannot be raised from the dead unless your dragon is alive. And now the same is true for your dragon. That is a pretty heavy burden to put on a little guy. So,
Soulbound
or
yourself
girl.
to a toddler here.
Yeah.
Is your dragon little boy.
So I intentionally chose a unisex name.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it is. We can flip for it if you want.
Yeah, sure. Give me odd or even. Odd it will be a male, and even it will be a female. Not that dragons really stress about that kind of stuff. Well, I guess some of them do.
All right, we're gonna go with even.
All right. Did you
Even
roll
for
it?
male, odd for female. I guess.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. Even for male, odd for female. Go ahead and roll it. All right.
All right.
It is
Female. It is.
It's a little lady dragon. Little lady dragon. All right. It curls up after the ordeal of having its soul bound to yours. It curls up in your beard, and it goes to sleep.
I'll blow up that art. Ah, nice.
All right. Kyra shoves as many of you out of the way as possible, and very quietly just says, "Baby," as she looks over at the baby sleeping in Andronicus's hair.
I call Halise over, and I say, "All right, have them form a queue outside, one at a time. They may come and look at the baby."
She smiles at you and nods, and then proceeds to let everyone in one at a time to ooh and ah over Das Baby. All right, and they do.
Can you give me access to the character sheet, please?
Yeah, sure.
I smile at you for calling it a Q.
Right, let's see. You smile at me directly, or
No. I'm
okay.
Q.
Let's see. Owner. There we go.
Sivo's smile pierces the veil between realities. He looks Crashgem in the face and smiles.
Yes.
Horrifying.
You're my new patron.
I mean, Bald Spire. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing now. Bald Spire. The DM could be your patron. All right. So yeah, one by one to come in. I guess if you want to role play this out real quick, Kyra desperately wants to take the baby, but the baby is sleeping, and she's looking at the baby, and she's oohing and ahhing over the baby. She hugs Halise and Andronicus, and Elpis, and then reluctantly kind of leaves the room. Pythor,
As she's
similar
leaving,
reaction. Oh, yeah.
As she's leaving, I say, the baby could use a godmother.
She immediately begins to ugly cry as she leaves the room. So, Pythor watches her go, shakes his head, says, she has a lot of baggage. Not like this guy, though. Oh, baby. Oh, look at this baby. Oh, it's so strong. Oh, she's so tough. Oh, look at that baby. Oh.
It sneezes a little in its sleep and electrocutes his finger.
Let's see. Interestingly enough, he is immune to electricity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He says, if you need any help, just let me know. I'm here.
Immune to electricity.
All right. Maya, you're up.
I'll come in, look at Andronicus and Halise and say, back at Andronicus says, "It's like you're a father now." And she'll walk over to the little dragon and bend down and take a good look at it and try and ask if I turn to Andronicus and say, "Can I pet her?"
Yes, of course.
Okay. And she'll bend down and two fingers, kind of like, rub the top of her forehead and down to under her cheek. And then turn back to them and said, "Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see her grow." And,
Neither can I. It's interesting times.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait. And she'll head out. All right. Oren, you have to see this. You too, Julian.
Oren will not head in. Let's see. This is a copper dragonborn or dragon, right?
Bronze.
Ah, damn. Or he says, he kind of like nods. He holds out the strange coin that they found so long ago. I believe it's a relic of some other world. I've had it tested. It's copper. It's kind of close to bronze, right?
Isn't Julian's
Part of it.
eggs copper?
Yeah, Julian's egg is copper.
Oh, you know what? I'll save this then.
All right, the baby dragon opens one eye and sort of eyes the coin covetously.
You know what? You were born first child's priority, and Orn will hand it over.
All right, it snatches the coin and tucks it under its tummy.
Yeah, Orn will nod.
Watching that, say, Mio say, "Wait, remember Icarus liked all those coins, and I guess dragons like coins, right?"
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was hoping it was a copper, because then copper penny, but I don't have any bronze coins, Maya.
Well, in this setting, the strongest metal is actually the most common strong metal is a bronze alloy that is used for all weapons and stuff. For the most part, they don't go in for iron and steel because they developed a bronze alloy instead of an iron alloy.
Oh, so all
like,
coins in particular.
IRL bronze is stronger than iron for the most part anyway.
So yeah, it was a smart move on their
everywhere.
part. Yeah, it was just a smart move on their part.
Oh, well, in that case, I probably can I say I just handed over like a normal bronze coin then, because it matches the
that's
bronze.
fine.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll save the copper for Julian's dragon.
Mm.
And then Orn will nod and say, the coming times will be tough, but it's nice that you've found another one to protect.
It's easy to begin to sort of lose hope, but things like this, they help to remind us that there's reasons why we do what we do.
Yep, Orn will nod and then take his leave, motion for Julian to enter in. And Weebo, I suppose.
Weebo.
Weebo? Oh, or are we going with like a mashing up of their names like Nebo?
Well, because he's
Because
small
he's
now. He's
small.
He's dragon
He's
sized.
I know, but like Sibo and Nessa are together, so Nebo?
Oh, we could do that too.
Nebo.
That's insensitive.
Oh, come off it. I've said far worse to you. Julian will go and approach Andronicus and Callius?
Callius means beauty.
And Julian will sort of bow to Callius and extend a hand to her and say, "Welcome to the Heroes of Prophecy, little one. I hope that Andronicus doesn't make things too challenging for you. If you ever get bored or frustrated, you could always seek out, your old Funkle Julian."
Andronicus winks at Julian, says, "You're next. I saw that egg you got as well."
Oh, yes, but I mean, I let's be honest now. You and I are going to have very different approaches to things, I think.
I mean, there are also different types of dragons as well. That will probably affect it a bit as well.
Oh, yes, but I mean, shit, you've actually been a parent before. This is going to be a first.
Well, when you have yours, the responsible uncle, Andy, can lend a hand as well.
Fair enough, touche. Well, Callius, if you ever need anything, and Julian will sweep a low bow, I would be happy to be of service.
It stares at you and it nods.
What do I get from Callius, if anything? Just sort of like, I've been born 5 minutes and everyone's crowding me? Or is there anything to that nod?
Wow. This creature has sort of a mysterious maturity about it, similar to, say, a baby Yoda creature. Like, it's obviously a baby, but there's something about it that makes you kind of take pause, because there is a lot of power and potential and weight in the creature's sort of gaze and movements and the way it sort of takes up space in the room. There is a potential that you feel looking at the creature that is different than, say, like a baby cat or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Old eyes. Got it.
Yep.
And Julian will exit to allow the next person to pay their respects.
Okay. And on it goes as that was all the PCs, right? Yeah, all-
Sibo's the only one.
Oh,
Sibo.
Sibo. Yeah. Sorry, you're so small. I didn't see you. So Sibo, do you want to see the baby?
No.
No?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't want it to see me in this form.
Sibo, you
Do
shouldn't
you not want to be
ashamed.
eaten? Is that what this is?
Yes.
It's a Honey, I
Well,
Shrunk
I
the
mean,
Kids
if
type of
you feel
situation.
bad about it, I mean, Nessa and I can hold your hand. We can go into there together. Make sure you're safe.
Nope, I'm good.
All right.
Alright. I guess a notable one would be Chandris comes by to see the baby. And as he looks at the creature, his eyes are calculating and scrutinizing.
Which is what it looks like when Chandris is fond of something, right?
Yeah. And he looks at you, Andronikos, and back at the dragon, and says, "These are unprecedented times. The world was mostly free of dragons, and then the king began to produce them as if from nowhere. And now you have one as well, and Julian, an egg soon to hatch. But yours, Andronikos, there is something different about it. I was asked by the king to assist with the implementation of dragons, dragon riders and dragon lords into his entourage, into the structure of the city itself. But always those dragons felt dangerous and untrustworthy. But this small one here, and he kind of like reaches a hand out, but doesn't touch it, kind of like just hovers his like hover hand like over the baby. He says, there is a great purity and goodness that emanates from it. It is like nothing I have ever seen.
Yes, I felt those same things you mentioned when I first saw the dragons of today. It didn't feel like how they were supposed to feel. Or at least how I thought they should. This one does.
Very interesting. And where again did you acquire this egg?
It was Elpis found it at Telemark.
Yes, Telemark. Interesting.
I think when he gave it to me, he said it was a gift from grandmother or something like that.
I was not aware that your grandmother was still alive.
I think maybe it was his grandmother. I wasn't sure exactly. It's hard to get exacts from a pseudo dragon. It's more just feelings.
For that yes, for that matter, Elpis in and of itself is a unique creature. I had heard that the Dragonlords of old, many possessed such companions, but none have been seen in centuries. But now you have Elpis and Callius.
It's Elpis he just appeared to me not long before I decided to go see Versi. I haven't really been able to figure out how or why.
Hmm. This dragon is freshly hatched and more than likely needs food and rest. But perhaps when it has had some time, I could study it. I would like to compare it to the dragons under Acastus's control. Perhaps better understand the difference between them.
I think that's an excellent idea. The more we understand of his dragons and the difference between his and ours it's not going to do anything but help.
He smiles at you, revealing sharp teeth, and says, "As ever, your trust is much appreciated, hero."
I did actually have one question for you. Since we worked on getting that property reinstated, do I need to pay taxes on that, or?
Yeah, it's a very bad situation fiscally. I figured if you survived your war against Sidon, you could just deal with it. We'll call that a future you problem.
Okay. I wanted to. I didn't want this to come back and surprise me
For
later.
all we know, it'll be destroyed during the war anyways. So I mean, why pay the money now for something that might not even be there later?
That is unfortunately accurate.
Yeah, I just clogged the whole system up with a bunch of fake paperwork. So you have time to deal with it.
You're a true friend.
Yes, and you are a friend to me, Andronikos. And he slinks out of the room.
What a stand-up guy.
Yeah. Looking at Callius's stats, I'm not sure everything got imported correctly because it says he has a charisma of 0.
Oh,
Doesn't seem right
jeez.
for a baby.
All right. Hold on.
I updated the hit points based off of the specific subclass version of the dragon.
Now you know
But
why I
I
didn't
don't
want
know
to go
about
see it.
the regular stuff. But I'm gonna actually pass him off to Helise for a second. Say, or pass her off to Helise. Watch over Callius for a little bit. I'm gonna go get him some food. And I'm just gonna like tie a rope around my waist and then just like dive in the water and call some fish near me, and then just grab them and serve Callius.
Ice cold. Yeah. They rush to your aid, Aquaman, and then you just put them all in a net and you carry them onto the ship.
Quickly,
He doesn't understand.
we need your help aboard
I mean,
the ship.
he doesn't understand it. So I mean, just show up.
I have
Their cries
updated.
are
It
on
should
deaf
be
ears.
a 12, and then its speed, which did get imported properly. Should be 60-foot flight and 30-foot swim right now. So I'll add that real quick.
Sweet.
All right.
This is a small thing. Can you rotate my room? I think it's on.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the top. Yeah.
Sure. Which direction do I need to rotate it?
The rug needs to be by the door.
Always
okay.
stumbling over those crates you've got there.
Yeah. What the hell? All right. Oh, I'm committed now. There we go. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. As you come back down, the bronze dragon love fish. Loves fish. So it eagerly eats them up, triggering its third token, the eating token.
Oh snap!
There we go.
Nom.
No. Really?
All right. So that happened. and you guys continue your journey to Aresia. You
Truly,
will arrive relatively soon, but during that time, you guys would also finish your training and reach 7th level. So if there's any meta or non-meta way that you want to inform your allies of your level 7 glow up, this would be the time to do so. But I also saw I think I interrupted Orin before he was about to do some roleplay, so hold off on that. Yeah, Orin, what were you saying?
After the excitement of Andronicus's dragon hatching, Orin would have approached Julian and said, when you'll be expecting yours to hatch, or is that kind of nebulous?
I'm not entirely sure. Certainly going to be a different experience than what Andronicus had. Not in the sense of, oh no, I'm going to raise my child differently, sort of way, but him being a paladin and me being kind of a hodgepodge of things, I'm just going to sort of make the best of it. Reading the book, talking to it when I have a spare moment, although the past couple of days my time has been rather well otherwise occupied. Not sure. Just sort of keeping an eye on things as I can, and the dragon will come out when it's ready.
I think it's good that you've got Kira and Pythor aboard the ship. If you've got misgivings, then they can help you along and put those fears to doubt, or put those fears to rest.
I don't know. I mean, I'll see what I can do on my own, I suppose. Done a lot of things that way. And that's not to say that I don't want their help. It's just that I don't know. I want to see what I'm capable of. I don't want to pawn this off on anybody. And if I need help, I mean, yes, you're absolutely right. I've got family here. Both sort of family by blood and found family, if you will. But I don't know. It's sort of a new adventure, kind of like what I've been working on. What I've been trying to get better at. I think I finally got in the hang of this armor business, and Julian sort of will wrap Orin's armored chest. So we'll see how this goes, but I don't know. I think we'll have our hands full with Aresia and what have you. I think it might be a good idea if we gather everyone together and kind of come up with a game plan as opposed to just going in with a prayer in one hand and our genitals in the other.
I think that would be wise. Yeah, I was wanting to meet with you all, and I think I've developed a small list of at least the crew members that we should go about at least having a large meeting with before we venture out again, just so that we're clear on everything. We almost had a mishap with Nessa and Versi, so I don't want to come across something like that in the future without having a plan to deal with it. Good work with it, by the way.
Yes, well, I mean, it was sort of resolved after a fashion, but yes. So yes, about your plans. Let's look into that. Yes.
All right. Yeah, Warren will produce the list of. I posted it earlier. Let me see if I can post it again. It's a list of the top people that we should probably speak with in the crew that I would want to do before we venture to Aresia, before we leave. And then I've got the short list of other people that would be good to talk to as well. The priority is just kind of based on not so much how important they are to us, but how much influence they hold themselves. So as you can see from this nice flowchart, I think Versi, Chandris, Moxena, Pythor, and Kira would be probably, if there were some sort of governing body, I suppose, of the ship, those would be the ones that we should have on it along with the rest of the Heroes of Prophecy. I think they should have say in what we do and should be able to provide aid with the management of the ship and our other affairs.
I'm with you on them having input, but I don't know about an actual say. I'm a little concerned about commands getting muddied. I'm fine with Andronicus being in charge, more or less, but I think the more votes we have to tally, the harder it might become. I mean, it's fine for discussion, but
it also helps with
vote.
It helps with accountability. Instead of having, we could arrange weekly discussions where we go over any points of contention that they might have with how the ship is currently functioning. That might save us from any future like murderous rampages or things of that sort. If there's a formal way to have your concerns heard aboard the ship, then perhaps it'll circumvent any issues that could result from a lack of communication.
That could potentially work. I mean, let's try it out. It's just Versi, she's, I don't want to say she's entirely for herself, but she's of the Titans and has a tempestuous nature. Chandris is kind of hard to read. Moxena the same. And Pythor and Kyra, I can get a pretty good bead on them, but it's a lot of different personalities, a lot of different desires there. That it's a challenge, but I mean, let's go for it.
All right, yeah. So Warren will go around and give the same sales pitch to everyone else. Well, Maya, Andronicus, and Sibo, just to kind of get their feel for it.
Well, I think it's a good idea to speak to each person, just see what I mean, they're on this Odyssey, and they're here to help us, but if there's something that they need or want out of
Do you
this...
want me to create a tier ranking on this document? Based on this chart that you made? Or no?
I don't know. I mean, the chart was just like, these are the ones that have the most stuff going on, like outside of our crew.
It feels very Gacha game to be like, you're a 5-star companion, you're a 4-star companion.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Porcelain Piglet of Legend probably has less going on than Moxena, the Lady of Coin.
I get what you're saying. Like we need to make sure we know that they're okay and they're not gonna be an issue, because if they become an issue, then that's
and I was thinking Versi having kind of like a quote unquote council of aboard the ship of like there's these 5 NPCs that would kind of help with like not only the management of the ship but also kind of giving some sort of guidance, because they've definitely got some conflicting opinions between like Versi, Chandris, Moxena. But it's good because it can kind of pull all of us in like a...
whenever we're about to head on the island, we have all 4 of them give us like what they think about the island.
You give us the rundown.
Yeah. Because I feel like, when we go to Themis, definitely going to have to talk to Moxena about that beforehand. But it might be good to have some information from Chandris before, see what he has to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't need to have like the in-person big weekly meetings with the NPCs, but just like there'd be something that would be going on in the background. So if there was something that came up, like Versi's like, I'm gonna rip the head off of this centaur, she might have a more formal place to voice complaints or something. It also provides accountability, so that, like, Pythor, if he's a member of, like, the ship council, he's not gonna run, he'd be less likely to run off and, I don't know, get into trouble or something.
I don't think that'll stop Pythor.
At least it would give a record, you know. I don't know.
I guess pretty much what we want to do is just find out what mechanically. I guess we want to find out what each person's personal quest is,
Yeah, exactly.
and see what if they have any input about the place that we're going before we go there. And pretty much, I guess we're just focusing on the top 5 each time.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I kind of had it assembled because these are the ones we probably want to talk to most. Probably the ones we're most concerned about completing their loyalty quest.
Yeah, this isn't a list about, like, which ones are the best ones
No.
for B-team ability.
No.
This is just which ones you feel are literally the most influential on the crew.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got it.
Like, I imagine Georgos probably has connections, but they're, like, you know, probably not alive.
You put him all the way at the bottom there. I see that, yeah.
And put him on the same tier as, like, Brianna or, the bear. I don't know.
Okay.
We probably should talk to Echo before we hit to Aresia as well.
Oh, I forgot about her. But yeah, I'd probably put Echo, like, first.
Echo is definitely not a B team member. They have their own things that they're focusing on.
Yeah, these are people that would be sticking around on the ship, I guess. Echo's more of a passenger at the moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something we have to do tonight either.
Okay. During your trip, your 5-day trip, as you make an effort to learn more about the NPCs, I am prepared to share with you what they are all looking for, essentially.
Nice.
So let me go ahead and let's see. All right. So, just going from the top to the bottom here. Ava Wildblade, what they are hoping to get out of this journey is discovering 5 rare or new minerals. That's what they're hoping to do, because they are into minerals. That's their thing. Blazing Ben wants to find a woman as fiery and badass as he is.
Wait.
Yeah.
We gotta find the how to win.
Brianna wants to meet and befriend 3 royal figures. Chandris and Zamrox want to unlock 6th level magic for mortals, because currently mortals cannot cast spells beyond the 5th level of the 5th circle of magic. It's just one of the things of this campaign setting. Only gods and immortals and basically otherworldly beings can harness and contain that magic. You guys may remember a young Julian blowing himself up every other day with magic. So magic in this setting is hard to harness and master, and historically, only a few figures have ever managed to master the higher circles of magic, one of which was Damon, who is now a lich at Tillamook. But Damon was essentially, as you guys might recall, the Merlin of the Order of the Dragonlords. 2 edgelords to actually swear the oath of the Dragonlords, but too invested to not still be a part of the adventuring party. He was their resident edgelord spellcaster.
Also a muscle wizard.
And he definitely was a muscle wizard. Telling you, take athletics on your wizard. You're not gonna regret it. Corinna wants to become Thylea's osprey. She wants to be renowned for her skill with the bow. Crusher wants to find his brother Smasher. Atticus wants to eat Orin. What does that say? Does that say eat? Wow. Okay. Anyways,
Fair enough.
I wrote that like 3 weeks ago.
Falana wants to learn the truth. Georgos of the Underworld wants to be declared by Orin to be Orin's best friend and have Orin mean it. Hagen Longaxe wants to help smith an artifact level weapon or armor. Halise wants to help Andy complete his epic destiny. Heliodora wants to help Moxena succeed in her
Whoa,
quest.
slow down here. Hagnan, artifact level armor. Halise.
It's literally on the B Team document.
Yeah.
You just
Oh,
scroll
is
over
it?
to
Oh,
the, yeah.
okay. I was writing it out.
No, that's okay. I mean, that's good. Now you'll know it by heart.
Nice.
Hermione wants to learn a big secret about Minotaurs. Hermione wants to learn a big secret about Minotaurs. We'll never know what Harak wanted. ... No. Harak's quest is that he wants to make sure Calyx's soul and spirit are safe. I guess you guys would know that since you talked to him. Know that Calyx spirit is safe. Callister wants to come to terms with his resentment towards his father. Currently, anytime Pythor is around, Callister leaves or Callister broods, but he cannot stand his father. He, in conversation, will let everyone know that his father is a deadbeat, a drunkard, a womanizer, and a fool. Pythor, even overhearing it, says nothing and seems to be too emotionally constipated to approach Callister and try to even begin making amends. It's a whole ordeal. Calic wanted to become the greatest gladiator of all time, but instead she became barbecue. Kira, her thing is a secret. Lorius is honestly just happy to be here. He can't improve on perfection, you know what I'm saying? Moxena wants to see Maya, aka Dorian, restored to the throne. Or Darian, excuse me, restored to the throne. Antonia wants to win Julian's love. Folon wants to save his sister, which he already did. So I guess he would level up. I don't know. I guess I need to level him up.
Nice.
Let's see. Porcelain, Piglet of Legend, wants to eat foods. Pythor will not talk about what he wants. Anytime you ask him, he just says that he's happy to be here. He basically just copies Loris's homework. Telemachus also says he's happy to be here, but you know that he wants something more.
He gives a different answer every time.
Testicles wants to become a big goddamn hero. Tychon wants to help Andronikos, in the same, basically the same thing that Elisa has. Versi wants to kill the Fates. And Nessa is unknown because she's too new out in the world. She's just happy to not be a scorpion. And that's
right.
that's what you got so far.
Fair enough. I think it's good to. I think it's good to have a lot in mind.
We definitely know who we need to find for Blazing Ben.
Yeah, I mean, seems like
You have two people.
yeah, Emru and Vulcan are kind of a platonic thing now. So I'd imagine. I don't know. Emru seems like a lot for even Ben to handle.
I don't know.
She saw those abs though.
They're both what'd you call it?
Primordials.
Fiery.
Oriads.
We need to ask Emru. Julian, maybe next time we send the Caledone, can ask if Emru has any knowledge of what happened to the summer wind.
Summer Wind, yeah. We talked to her before, and she said she never showed up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I don't think we're gonna find her
Yeah.
soon.
So she's
Do
10
you
feet
know
down.
something, Julian?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
I don't think we're going to find her anytime soon. That's all I'm going to say.
There's a porthole in the ship, and Versy's just looking through like Michael Scott looking through the blinds.
Detect magic. I just want to see if there's any clairvoyance or scrying going on in here.
Okay, yeah. Where you guys are meeting, you don't detect any magic beyond what you normally would have expected to see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Versy killed her.
Oh.
Because she made me
that's-
join her orgy.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
That's very sad.
yeah. Kind of puts a damper on the whole 4 wins thing. You know, they're gonna need to open recruitment or something.
Blazing Bang could take her place. Right?
Ah, that's true.
All right, while you guys are having this meeting in, I believe, the captain's quarters, is that where these meetings take place? So, like, over here?
Whoa, nice. Yeah.
Okay. The door, I don't want to say it's kicked open, but yeah, the door is kicked open. And Kyra comes in and quickly shuts the door behind her. You're pretty sure you locked the door. And Kyra's like, okay, so it's just us now, right? Yeah, all right. You don't. It's just hop, right? Hop, just hop. Okay.
Should be.
Yeah. What are we doing? Why are we going to Aresia?
Echo.
Okay, Echo's crazy.
We need to go to Aresia anyway to gauge
Like,
where they stand.
I haven't said anything. Okay, I haven't said anything because I haven't really been able to remember. But I was talking to Pythor, and Pythor kind of filled me in on this Narcissus situation. He doesn't want to say anything about it because every time he talks about Narcissus, he gets so angry he starts foaming at the mouth, and all of his muscles clutch up, and his face just becomes like a bunch of veins. But apparently, he and Narcissus have a lot of beef, and apparently, me and Narcissus have a lot of beef. We don't get along with this guy. And apparently, the Aresians are also crazy. So why are we going there again? I'm just trying to be on the right page here.
A tremendous reward, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Money.
A very big sum of a fortune. She was.
But to do what? You're gonna steal? You're gonna steal a god? For her?
You know,
It all just depends on
Yeah, what's going on?
on the actual layout of the situation. But Kira, there is a war, like the Pact of Peace is ending.
Yeah.
Having only one of the 2 major cities of the continent united behind us, it would just if there's something we can do to get the Aresians on board, then we need to try.
I
Okay.
don't think that's a strong argument for what we're doing, though.
I agree with
That's
that.
what I'm trying to understand. Like, if we're kidnapping a god, don't you think that's the opposite of getting
I
them
don't
to help
believe
us?
that we've fully committed to doing that. We've
Yeah, we
committed
never
to
said-
investigating the
Okay,
situation.
so you just have an ancient nymph of quite a bit of power and influence riding around in your sacred battleship who thinks that's what's going to happen.
We've got a god and a half riding around on our sacred battleship as well, so hopefully we can balance those out a bit.
She blushes and she says, "A god and a half now. Oh man, I'm like 1.5 gods. All right."
Sure.
And also, we were upfront about seeing what we could do. So
Yeah. But people get their hopes up. I think her hopes are up. You know, I think she thinks that you guys, especially after surviving Scorpion Island, I think she thinks you guys could do anything.
Well,
we'll see what
true.
we can do. And
Don't get me wrong. I think you guys could do things too. And she gives you she gives you one of them big winks. That means she really doesn't.
Big wink and
Julian
elbow
just sort of
jab.
rolls his eyes to that.
Yeah.
Siba, were you able to get in touch with Antivalis about any previous efforts of them trying to make a pact of peace between the two cities?
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yes, for that, we have both Sibo and the lovely Falana. And the door opens and Falana steps in. She looks to you, Sibo, and she gives you a professional nod.
I return the professional nod.
As discussed, Sibo, we're going to give them the rundown on the City of Eurasia, what we know about the city and its history. We're close enough to the city that we could probably do it without, what were your exact words? Those guys forgetting everything anyways, LOL.
Yes. Yeah, it was
Okay.
LUL. That's how we do it in Noriande. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kyra says, I'm intrigued. What does the U stand for?
It just makes it look like you're holding up your hands with no head. Here, I'll show you when I write it. Versus having a head.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
She and Falana just shake their heads at each other.
It looks more like the head's there, but perhaps it's been scalped in the lull.
Yeah, I come from a crazy fucking place, Oren. Like, I think we talked about this.
Wow. Sensitive.
Sorry.
Yeah. Kyra pats you on the shoulder. She says, it's okay. It's okay.
It did seem very cold.
She pats him on the shoulder with like one finger.
Yeah.
It's like
For some reason,
like
I
an
feel a
angry,
little bit
like an
more
angry little
sensitive
cat.
And I rate
Yeah.
it this size. I don't know why.
Yeah, sorry, you're looking really, really big. Let me fix that. There you go.
Yeah, Thank you.
That'll help our role playing.
It chews me out, but it's like helium voice.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll start with what I heard from about Narcissus from Pythor. Narcissus is a self-absorbed, selfish, and obsessed with beauty. He's so into himself and into his own beauty and his own I don't know, narcissism. That's kind of on the nose. Anyways, he's kind of an idiot. Apparently, he's always been sort of an idiot, but now it's even worse. It's sort of like what's going on with Lorius now that Julian gave him that mirror. He just pretty much is all about himself. This makes it very easy for people to take advantage of him because he's already a pretty dull tool, and now he's like a dull tool that is basically just, what was Pythor's words? If he could fuck himself, he'd fuck himself to death. And then he punched a hole in the side of the ship. Don't worry, we've hatched it.
Does he?
I was
Does he
wondering what
care
that
about?
violent chick was.
Does he care about other people?
No.
Looking at him and worshiping his beauty.
Oh no! Apparently that's what it's all about.
He wants
The
other people to-
entire religion is about telling him how beautiful he is.
Well,
Which is really weird because the Aresians don't really need gods. It's almost like they keep them like a pet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well-
Aresians aren't into like cleric stuff. They're all about being monks.
Well, I mean, what if? I mean, if the Pact of Peace ends and a war breaks out and a lot of people die, that's less people to worship his beauty.
Oh, good argument. Strong. Okay. So that's what we know about Narcissus. Here's the problem, though. As she points over to Falana. Falana says, so Narcissus is kept in sort of a palace, and he is the lover of each of the queens of Aresia. They sort of pass him down as like a family heirloom. The current queen is she checks her notes. Let's see. The current queen is Queen Helen. Queen Helen has never taken a husband, but she does maintain a very rigorous harem, of which Narcissus is the head of said harem. or the prize in her harem. Anyways, she has ruled for quite a while. She is rumored to be a powerful sorceress. The kingdom of Aresia has never been taken in battle. Their defenses are all but impenetrable to a nearly supernatural degree. In all of the many wars that have been fought between Mytros and Aresia, Mytros has never been able to storm the city. Additionally, they have fought several wars with natives who share the peninsula with them. None of those forces have ever been able to breach the city's walls.
Has there ever been any conflict between Aresia and the Titans? Like a storm from Sidon?
The Aresians are extremely diligent in paying their dues, unlike the city of Astoria. And she kind of blushes, of which I call home. They have never lapsed in the promise that was made when the Pact of Peace was sworn, and have paid the Titans their due monthly without fail. And thus have never been bothered by the Titans. In fact, during the First War, the Aresians refused to choose a side and simply let the battle play out on its own, even though had the forces of the Dragonlords failed, Aresia could have lost everything. That's part of why the people of Mytros and Astoria despise them so much, because they've also benefited from the Pact of Peace that Mytros herself died to help ensure. That the greatest heroes of the Dragonlords died to ensure. So, yeah, there's a lot of resentment there. Now, many wars were fought because of this animosity, but as I've kind of gone over with Sibo through the histories, we have found time and again that this Echo individual is more often than not the one paying for or instigating those wars. She's a warmonger. And her fortune is made off of war profiteering. So maybe she's serious about getting Narcissus back. Maybe she was in the beginning. But now, maybe she's just doing this because it makes her money. It keeps her in business. It's become her life, her obsession, her life's work. I don't know. But one thing's for sure is she is often at the heart of the conflicts between the two civilizations. Oh, additional information. Aresia was founded originally by a Dragonlord named Karpylos the Wolf Lord, and Queen Nemesine. Basically, they started this. They started the city because Karpylos was very structured, very ordered. He disagreed with many of the decisions that were being made by the Dragonlords. He did not see eye to eye with Xander or with Esther. And when things started to go down a more violent and bloody path, he left.
Hmm.
Now, Nemesine went with him. She was also a Dragonlord. She was a powerful sorceress, almost a rival to Daemon. And there is another figure, and I suppose this, I mean, she looks over to you, Sibo, as if like, is this the right time to spill on Julian's backstory? Yay or nay? Okay. Along with one other individual. And then she turns her gaze towards Julian. Katya, Daemon, and Nemesine were the three strongest spellcasters within the Order of the Dragonlords. In the end, Nemesine left with Karpylos. Some say that it was Nemesine's idea to leave. Anyways, When they left, they began to grow jealous of the successes of the Dragonlords, and soon began to nurture a hatred for them that they hadn't stayed and saw through the course that they were on. I think that's a big part of why they backed out of the war. Anyways, things started to fall apart for Aresia for a while after the war was over, but eventually they seemed to get their, I guess, their business back under control. But Karpylos is said to have died and been buried after he went mad. Very similar to the madness that afflicted some of the kings and queens of mainland Thylea. I don't know if this is true, but I suspect that perhaps Thylea had something to do with it, because she seems to have a way of making people go crazy. It could also be that, Damon and Mnemosyne used to be an item, and maybe they were still seeing each other. No one's 100% sure what happened. Aresians are real good at keeping their business private. Anyways, after the death of Karpylos, Mnemosyne declared that there would never be another king of Aresia, only queens, and she never remarried, and her daughters never remarried. And also, she went and replaced Karpylos with, with Narcissus, essentially. Now, it wasn't too hard, because Narcissus was already in the area, having sort of just wandered off on his own. It's a whole thing. Anyways, and you see that she's getting a little flustered. She looks over to you, Sivo, for encouragement.
You're doing great.
Okay. So now there is a record here that Damon did, upon returning from his ordeal at the Tower of Praxis, make one appearance in the world before sealing himself away for all time in the necropolis at Tillamook, and that was to go to Aresia. And it was after his journey to Aresia that Karpylos was buried and declared dead. So
After Damon went to Aresia?
yes.
Oh, all right.
So some people speculate that Damon did kill Karpylos, but that has never been confirmed. Whew. Anyways, things began to run very smoothly for Aresia after the death of Karpylos, and over time they began to become very regimented and very orderly and very structured. The city became built up. The defenses were absolutely incredible. They have the power of a god living within the city, offering them protection and strength, and no enemies have ever been able to breach the walls of that city. They do have some ongoing issues with a tribe of Minotaurs who share the peninsula with them, but they are viewed as a very minor threat. Occasionally, that is to say over 20-something times, they have gone to war with Mytros and the Thylean mainland. The people themselves are very strange. Emotions are viewed as a great weakness, and so is indulgences of any kind. The most powerful and influential citizens of Aresia actually live in the same way as beggars would live in Mytros. They forego fancy food, fancy clothes. They wear the most simple clothes. They sleep on the floor. They eat tasteless gruel. They basically deny themselves all the pleasures and indulgences of life, and instead they lavish them upon their servants. For basically, the more spoiled your servants are, the more, I guess, high class and opulent you are viewed by your peers. It's very strange. So within the city itself, it's divided into several monasteries that study the the arts of the adept, which is to say, transforming your body into a pure and unstoppable weapon. In addition to these monks of various disciplines, they also have renowned scouts. In fact, several hundred, I believe. I believe at last count it was 700 trained scouts. They are always patrolling the lands surrounding Aresia to keep it safe from threats both near and abroad. Now, the monks themselves hail from all species because Aresian is not a race, it is a culture. In fact, you will find many minotaurs and centaurs among their numbers, as these creatures were disenfranchised from mainland Thylea, but sought a more civilized place to live, as opposed to living out in the wilds with others of their kind. So, yeah, it's a completely alien place to anything that we've encountered so far. And she lets out a long sigh.
Nice. Well done.
Hmm.
Here's some,
you for
here's
the
some water.
thorough-
Drink some water. Your throat must be.
Oh yeah. She takes a long swig. Takes a long swig.
Do you know how we might go about getting an audience with this Queen Helen?
Well,
Well, if with what she said about Julian, I don't know if that could work.
Do you have connections in Aresia, Julian? Besides this nebulous grandmother figure?
Well, she's not with us anymore. She's sort of, in a corporeal sense, she sort of feeds off my energy and decides to pop out when it's convenient for her. And he pulls the necklace up from where it's been against his skin and just sort of lets it drop back down. I tried to steer clear of Aresia as best I could. OOC, I didn't write anything to the backstory, but did you have anything seeded, Crash?
of your grandmother?
Well, no. I didn't write any connections to Aresia in Julian's backstory.
Oh no. I think Maya is implying that your grandmother would have information since she knew the founder. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Maya?
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I could try asking her. Let me see if I can conjure something up. And Julian's gonna take the necklace off around his neck, and he's gonna sort of stare at it and sort of think at it. Grandmother, can you come out and talk? We have some questions. We're heading back to Aresia. It could be a big help to me and my friends. Can you come out and talk to us?
Okay.
Just sort of thinking those thoughts.
Yeah. So holding out the locket, very like Princess Leia projected by R2D2 kind of thing.
Yeah.
You see a bust of your grandmother appear in the locket. And she looks about and says, "Grandson, I am here. What can I do to assist you? And your friends?"
Well, we're heading to Aresia, and we're trying to see if there's such dour people.
Oof,
way
yeah,
to sort of-
Aresians are the worst.
Yes, a way to sort of get in with them. We're trying to get close to Narcissus and Queen Helen.
Narcissus and Queen Helen. I'll be honest, I'm a little behind on the times. I just know that the Aresians were followers of Karpylos and Nemesine.
Right. They're no longer in charge. The descendants are. It's been queens all the way down. I guess they don't trust a man in charge, which, to be fair, they're more likely to fuck things up. But
Oh well, I mean, Karpelos was in real big with Lutheria, so I'm sure that was problematic.
oh, like
What do you mean? Oh, is that not known nowadays?
no, we've lost a lot of history, and I'm sure a lot of
Oof.
things weren't
Well, it's
disclosed.
very important if you want to stay in power to hide as much history as possible, and then change it to your benefit.
That makes sense.
You might want to write that one down, Julian, since starting a new Dragonlords and all that.
So wait, hold on. So he was in with Lutheria.
Mm-hmm.
Xander was in with Lutheria, and probably Esther too, if he went mad. There seems
Well,
to be a
no,
pattern here.
my understanding, having been riding around with you in this locket the whole time, wasn't it that Xander was cursed by Lutheria for his war
Right.
crimes or something like that?
Yes, but I mean, he also aligned himself with her after the fact.
Mm.
So it's just there seems to be a trend of behavior amongst the previous Dragon Lords.
Well, I mean, she's very convincing.
She can be.
Kind of a bitch, though.
Psychotic, to say the least. It's just, I don't know whether this is just men making bad choices, as we tend to do, or whether this is her winning in the end.
Maybe both.
That is a good point, there. But yes, and any insight into Aresia would be a big help.
Well, I don't know much about the city itself, other than what you've been said here. Again, I've been, trapped in this locket. But I mean, I can tell you that Karpelos was not called the Wolf for nothing. The Wolf Lord for nothing. He was one of the beast tamers of the Dragonlords, and had sort of an affinity for the meaner, nastier monsters out there. That being said, when Nemesine saw the path the Dragonlords were taking, she pulled that whole "you're going down a path I cannot follow" like a baby, honestly. And then she convinced Karpelos to abandon everybody, and then they hightailed it over with their followers, the Aresians, and started Aresia. It was a big hit to the Order. Lost a lot of talented individuals. I don't know. Any descendants of theirs are going to be extremely difficult to deal with. I can tell you that. These are people founded on stubbornness and obdurance. Yeah. I don't know. I wish I had more for you, but most of the people that I know that are still alive, I mean, they're immortals, right? Because it's been a while.
Fair enough.
Gee.
Um,
Can we hear this locket, or is this?
Any of this?
Oh yeah. She has appeared, I guess, for the first time for you guys. In the locket. Yeah.
Yeah, I've mentioned her before, but this is
first time seeing the hologram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have missed this. I was trying to write. So meta-wise, she just dropped that the leadership is immortal, or is she? That's what.
No, the only people she would know that would be still alive would have to be immortal because
Okay.
of how long ago.
Yeah.
I guess the question I would ask is, we recently learned that apparently Damon came back after the Praxis incident.
Oh yeah, that would make sense because he and Nemesine were real close, and yeah.
There's speculation that when he returned, that's when Karpelos died. I don't know if you were there at that time.
Oh, maybe Karpelos's loyalties were revealed when Damon went to Praxis, and that's why he journeyed to Aresia to basically get some revenge. Maybe Karpelos sold them out, and that's why their mission in Praxis was Well, it didn't go very well. And as she says that, her hologram flickers and her eyes kind of cast to the side.
Insight check?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
insight. Yeah, insight. Where's insight?
I'll use my crispiration.
Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Easier than tracking it.
Yep.
Okay. Sibo, you realize that she was probably on that bloody mission that she just referenced, and that she did not survive it.
Oh, okay. With Damon?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
So even though she went to Aresia, okay, well, I didn't get this.
I would...
Well, no. She being Katya. Katya,
Yeah, Katya.
Grandma Katya
Yeah.
was on that mission that was led against Praxis. Yeah.
Would Maya have gotten that with her insight?
No, your insight was not high enough.
So I'll ask that question then. So,
Okay.
What were you on that journey? Were you on that trip?
She lets out a long sigh, even though she doesn't need to as a spirit. And she says, yes, I was there with Damon and the others when we made our last gambit against Sidon.
Damn.
And Sidon killed me. But I had contingencies set up. And that's why I'm here right now.
So your spirit is in the locket and free of Lutheria's grasp, is that right?
Absolutely. Lutheria would have done terrible things to my spirit if she was able to get a hold of it.
Do you know if any of the others took similar precautions?
Well, I found out that Esther certainly took some precautions.
It sounds like he just made a deal with Lutheria. I don't know if that's
I was trying to be coy. No, sadly the others they're gone.
Wait, so if the whole mission went tits up, how did we secure the Pact of Peace?
I mean, asses were kicked. It just, casualties were high.
Fair enough.
Esther and Damon made it out. It's not a total party wipe if 2 people walk out.
It's always the fucking barbarian and the wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who else survived, if any?
Those were the only 2 survivors of our assault on Praxis.
That she knows
Praxis is a super dungeon with defenses far beyond what we could have expected. We were desperate. The fight had to be brought to his doorstep, or we would have lost the war.
You wouldn't happen to remember the makeup and the outline?
Well, I'm sure Sidon's
From 500 years ago? Sure. Yeah, when the time comes, hit me up, and I will tell you all I know about the layout of a tower from 500 years ago.
You got it.
You know, what we need to lure out Gaius before we deal with that. Lure his punk ass out.
Yeah, that would certainly be a good practice run. If you could take on Yonder and Gaius, maybe you have a chance of going up against Praxis.
Yonder.
No, we would need if the Dragonlords. Well, I mean, let me. When you guys assaulted Praxis, it was just you, and did you have any others with you? Any other allies from the rest of Thylea?
What she describes to you sounds a lot like a D&D campaign that ended very badly with all of the allies that they had accrued through the course of their campaign securing entrance into the super dungeon of Praxis, whereupon a small elite team of highly trained specialists fought their way through the tower,
Mhm.
therein to do battle against the BBEG of the campaign they were playing in.
Mhm.
Of the 6 heroes that comprised that adventuring party, only 2 survived.
Okay.
One sailed off into the, into the horizon to become an undead pirate lord, as you have seen. The other brought all his dead friends back and buried them up in the mountains, and then started a necropolis for them, and became a lich.
Is Kishara the Esther of Skull and Shackles?
Oh no.
I mean, maybe.
Hmm. I guess the. All right. So what we know now is that seems like Lutheria had a hand possibly had a hand in Karpalos's. I don't know.
So the hologram, the magical image, kind of flickers a bit, and she says, "Ugh, I'm running out of strength, but anything you can imagine in this world that's bad, it has Lutheria's fingerprints all over it."
I understand.
And she kind of flickers and goes out, and then the amulet snaps shut.
Yeah, Julian will put it back around his neck, sort of pat his breastplate where it hangs down. Says, "Well, I guess you'll need to siphon off more of my magic before we can ask any more questions."
I see.
But I guess the region's a stubborn lot, and maybe if we can get some information from Valis as far as what they've tried, maybe we can try a different tact.
Well, what we know is that based on how they were founded and what they care about, it seems to be very strange. But it's just a matter of finding out what they care about and see if we can help them reach that with the same play as helping us with our goal.
So, do we want to try? If we're not going to try a diplomacy tact, are we trying to, going on a goodwill tour, wanting to have a sit down with the queen, talk, restoring order to the.
To confirm,
to the
though,
world?
we're not gonna sneak in on like a stealth mission and like try to reach Narcissus and find out what's going on from his perspective, or then
Looks
Well-
at Andronicus's plate. Looks at my crab armor.
We do have a mini Sibo
hold
now.
on a second. We have a Weibo. And Julian will stretch out his hand to
but
in
they have
Sibo's
they have
direction.
And he's-
700 scouts.
looks-
That's like 700 Corinnas.
Look at Weebo's heavy armor too.
He's 3 bloody inches tall.
I'm hiding.
Come on.
And it seems and
I'm
look,
hiding.
him moving around your hand is making so much
No,
noise.
I'm hiding. I'm
like
hiding.
Seeing Maya do this, Andronicus pulls out the kerchief of self-silencing and says, "Don't worry, we've got this."
It only lasts 30 seconds, though.
I mean,
We'll
I
have to be
can turn into a spider, but
Sibo's
So
hiding.
as you discuss your stealth capabilities, this is the look Folana gives you.
exactly. she understands.
Kyra says, so stealth not happening. Okay, so from what I understand, attacking them, that's not going to work either. So yeah, I mean, I think that just leaves diplomacy, right?
I mean, that's what we seems to work for us so far.
Or bamboozlement.
I mean, we usually use that after diplomacy doesn't work.
What if we made, hear me out, what if we made a giant wooden centaur and we all hid inside of it? And then the queen sees it and she thinks to herself, oh, that's fancy. I want that. And then she brings that into the impenetrable city.
But don't they not?
And then we
fancy
climb out of the centaur's asshole in the middle of the night.
We have to make it a giant wooden Narcissus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then we could climb out of Narcissus' asshole in the middle of the night. Like stealth turds. Just plopping down. Then we're behind enemy lines.
Or we can see if they would like to have dinner with us.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
I mean, we have the winner of the Great Games, and
Yeah, that's
also now we know
I mean,
that.
who would honestly fall for a giant wooden statue ploy, right? I mean, that's crazy. Okay.
Also, now that we know that one of the founders of Regia is Julian's grandmother, or at least was there during the founding. Maybe
No,
that.
Katya was not there. Katya is not the same as the other lady, Nemesine.
Oh no! You said it was Katya, Nemesine, and Karpala who left.
I
No,
don't
it was
think Katya would have
Katya,
gotten on well with
Nemesine,
them.
and Damien were the 3 greatest spellcasters of the
Oh.
Dragonlords.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It was a lot of information. No offense, Falana, but you were kind of all over the map there.
You were perfect. Don't worry about it. People don't understand data.
I mean, I understand you want to be a bard. Is that what you're saying? You think you could be a bard? I mean, that's cute, but you know.
There are different sorts of bards. Just you can clear up the details as we get them wrong, Kyra.
I see.
Falana, have you ever lost 4 instruments before?
Oi!
Falana laughs and says, no, that instruments are too precious to just leave laying around.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but what if they were really special instruments, magical even? Then would you lose them?
All
Kyra
right,
says,
to be fair, they weren't lost. They were stolen.
No. Julian, don't try to step in and protect her. This is a great question. Yeah, you idiot. Have you lost any magical instruments? Because what kind of a dumbass would lose 4 magical instruments? And she looks like she's
stride across the room, grab her upper arm, and pull her in, and say, "That was you before you died. Stop talking." And they weren't lost.
Oh, I hear the baby crying. Goodbye.
Elpis would have told me telepathically.
Listen, I understand you all want to give her a fucking hard time for being a bit
that's telepathic.
catty. But they were stolen. They weren't lost.
I mean that's true.
Alana stares at the door in wonder. Now you're telling me the truth that really is Kira, the goddess of music.
She's
Patron of
had
bards.
Things have happened. She's not quite herself. But yes, that is the goddess Kira.
It is Kira, at least.
That's fair.
That is the goddess Kira, and we're going to fix it.
Definitely.
Yes?
The once and future goddess Kira.
Alana just shakes her head.
That.
The gods are flawed.
Andronicus just looks at her like, you get it.
Sometimes it's what we can learn from the flaws that make us better if we have the wisdom to see it and adapt. At least that's my hope.
Well, a perfect person will never understand the people they
Yeah, it's very hard for me to.
Well,
Okay, so we're going to try and use diplomacy to tether the city. I mean, we can if we
Yes.
arrive and just say you won the Great Games, Julian. I don't see why just visiting Aresia wouldn't be a thing. The Mytros and Aresia are in peace right now, so.
Yes, I mean, Andronicus is a great athlete. He came first in all of his events. I won the Battle of 100 Hounds. I mean, 2 great individuals at different skill sets, but people of notoriety. Perhaps we can seek an audience and have dinner.
Are there any of our crew members that are from Aresia?
I don't think we got anybody.
I don't think you recruited any Aresians.
I don't think anybody was interested.
We didn't ask them to join.
Yeah, I think when Oren did his recruitment thing, he used Aresia as a way of getting people to come.
Hey, alright, I do what I know, alright? You gave me full creative leeway with the flyers, and I got the recruits we'd want on this ship.
There'll be no infighting.
But they're not the recruits we need. I'm just joking.
I've never been to Aresia before, so I'm actually looking forward to seeing this different culture.
All right. Do you guys want to meet with Echo, or just sort of arrive and do your plan? What is the plan? Are you sailing into their harbor? Your sails high? Your identity known? What's the plan?
I think we should meet with Echo. Obviously, I would like the feedback from the rest of the group before we do so. That's my 2 cents. And is there a way that we could sort of... we've got longboats, so we could send a messenger ahead to request an audience? Is that a possibility? I feel like that's the appropriate protocol if we're, approaching a city that seems a bit on the paranoid side.
I guess the question would be, how famous are we to the point where we would be able to do something like that?
Might be better safe than sorry sailing into their harbor in a warship, though.
Yes. Good point.
At least giving them advance notice that we're on our way, and not there's no subterfuge about it.
Well, Andronikos, you're very familiar with sailing. Is there like a way of showing us that we're entering in our harbor without any with no threat, or we're coming in peace?
So would we moor off the coast and send in a little boat, or would we just white flag it?
Let me take you back to the wider world, and then you can kind of zoom in and see that Aresia is got this real huge bay, this inlet bay, which also makes it very easy to defend. Like, they have water access, but also getting to the city, that's rough. I mean, you're basically going in and you're going to have land on 3 sides and only one way to get out. So attacking them via navy has never gone well either. This is easily the most defensible city in the world, Aresia. Whereas Mytros is large and grand, Aresia is just orderly and impenetrable. But if you are going, you would sail into this. What is that? Is that a strait when it's like it's a bay that big? I think it's called strait. I don't know. It's been a long time since world science.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
I always called it a bay. Like,
a strait is a narrow body of water that connects 2 larger bodies. So that is definitely not a strait. Okay.
A gulf.
I think it might be a gulf. Yeah. D&D making us learn shit. Ugh.
I mean, I know about gulfs because I'm right next to one, but
a gulf is an ocean basin. That sounds about right.
It seems like
it would depend on the depth of the water there. I think to say whether it was a basin or not.
It's really not that. It's really not that big to be a gulf. We'll just call it a massive bay. Yeah, we'll just call it a massive bay. All right. Yeah. So you would sail in. They would definitely see you coming, 700 scouts. And so there would be really no way to surprise them if you were trying to surprise them. Now, if you're trying to send word in advance, you certainly could try. But again, 700 scouts. So more than likely, if they see anything unusual flying around, which would be any non-regional birds, because they do know about magic and things like that, or anything really strange like robots, they would probably, try to shoot them down and ask questions later. If you have magic by means of some sort of sending, you do know that the queen is Queen Helen. You could, like, literally cold call her.
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up? We're on our way, coming down the street. Don't shoot.
So yeah, how do you want to approach?
Well, Aresia's never been particularly worried about naval attacks. It's very defendable. I think we'd be okay if we sailed up.
Yeah.
If there was some way to warn them that we were coming, that would be nice. But
We'd fly a white flag.
yeah, that's probably a good idea.
In Noriande, when we want to show that we are not aggressive,
You stand on the bow and slit your wrists. Yes.
No, we show our most sensitive parts, our butts or our genitals, as we approach.
You can.
I don't think that would be a particularly good idea. That might be perceived as being rude.
Kira told me a story about that. She said it's something called mooning.
Yep.
Oh, yes, and if there's a pane of glass between you and the Moona, it's pressed ham. Or Mooney. Yes.
Alright, sounds like we're sailing straight in with no word.
Well, I mean, we could send somebody in the longboat and request an audience.
If they're hostile, I'd prefer us to meet them as a single unit, rather than splitting up.
Do we have ballistas? I think we should remove those if we do. I think we should...
I don't know if we should go that far.
Well, I mean, honestly, we should do anything we can to remove.
I mean, we could just turn them away.
Turn them away, yeah, something, yeah. Like, I think we need to do anything we can with that, yeah. Giant flag saying, right? Do we have a peace sign here?
Yeah, we should present a peace offering, but we should be ready for anything.
Yeah.
For all we know, any there could be a circumstance within the walls that has led them to be hostile to our unit.
Would Sibo, Falana, or Chandras know of a universal peace symbol that we could fly or paint?
I had asked Andronicos, since he knows about sailing, if he knew.
Yeah.
I mean, do they have naval flag code?
Exactly. Yeah. You guys.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys would fly. Essentially flags of peace. To show that you had come for diplomatic reasons. Okay.
Yep.
That works. All right. As you guys are sailing in,
I think we need to. Do we want to meet with Echo before we make landfall?
I think we should, just to tell her what
Set some ground rules.
What we're planning to do.
Okay. So you call for Echo. Echo's servants escort her to your room, and then she enters and says, "This journey is taking forever. Are we ready?"
We're nearly there.
Yeah, we're heading to Aresia now.
I know, but I just feel impatience. I understand that you had business at Scorpion Island, and I am impressed that you were able to survive an encounter with such a legendary and dangerous creature as the Lotus Witch. But now, as we approach Aresia, are you ready to do what must be done? And you have remained very quiet, very reticent about our plans. Are you going to sneak in and retrieve my love or not? How do you plan to proceed?
We need to gather information. We need to... Plans and heists are better executed when you know exactly when to go, exactly who will be there, and exactly when to leave. This is what we need to do first.
Then I am in support of it, as long as it will win me my prize. Then what do you need from me? I would assume I should stay below decks and not be seen by the Aresians. We have history.
That would be ideal.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I'm not. I don't want you to think that we're reneging on our arrangement, but we have to be careful in our approach to all this.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to be patient with us as far as finding out information and setting the stage, if you will. And it may require some conversing and cajoling to get things where we want them to be.
Mm. Do not be surprised if Queen Helen uses this as an opportunity to humiliate you. The Eurasians believe very, very much in humility.
That explains their performance at the games.
She bursts out laughing,
Yeah.
as does Falana.
So
Or an
you'll
elbows Andronicus, like, yeah.
Oren, I feel like we need to talk to you about your distaste for Aresia.
I was in
Now,
two
I
separate
understand
wars against Aresia.
I know that, but we're trying to unite Thylea right now. I feel like we need to try to put the past in the past and move on better than before. Remember?
Now, I know they can serve a purpose, and we'd much rather prefer to have them at our backs than against us. And I won't go out of my way to anger them directly, but a couple of ribs here and there, no harm done, right?
I get the sense they are singularly.
I would wait until
timorous
after the
people.
relationship is established before you throw in that sort of thing. They might take it wrong if it's right at the beginning.
I can hold my tongue, Andronicus, don't worry.
Can you?
I mean, if there was actually an Eurasian on the ship, you know.
You'd have had him thrown off months ago, right? We get that.
Now you got it, Sibo.
So, Echo, you were saying they would take this opportunity to humble us, humiliate us. So, would this be, say, verbal insults, or would they question
Oh no.
our victories?
If you
and
put
want us to-
yourself at her mercy, she will make of you slaves and fools.
I'd like to insight her on when she says that.
Okay.
Is she a?
Today, in my IRL game, I got to roll a player's insight with real dice behind
Whoa.
a DM screen.
When you get to then you get to look at it and make a face and then mess with them, you know.
Yep.
Like, ooh.
All right. Is she a? She's not a deity. She's just a lesser, like a nymph or something.
She's pretty powerful. I'd say she's demigod status.
All right. Okay. I will roll insight.
All right.
Now that if I've leveled up, is it possible for me to guidance myself?
If you have access to such a thing, yeah. But this is sort of a spontaneous thing of inciting. So unless you had, cast it and been concentrating on it, you wouldn't.
I did not.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So certain things, right? Certain things are spontaneous. So if you want to establish with me that you are always under the influence of guidance unless you need your concentration for something else, then technically you would have guidance available on tap, even for stuff like rolling initiative or whatever.
Oh, could I subtle spell guidance?
Do you
Those are
have
my
one that
recent
makes you cast spells fast? Because that'd be more appropriate, right?
Quicken
I
spell.
don't. Well, I quicken spell, but that let's just roll without guidance. Let's just
Okay, yeah, just go for it. Oh yeah, you don't need it. Her hatred and distaste for Aresia is palpable, but not only does she believe the words that she says, but she says them in such a confident and casual way that they're probably true.
Okay.
Sounds like Queen Helen, maybe a dom. She's definitely a top. She definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. She likes her power and likes people to know that she has the power.
Isn't
So
like kind of against the Resian way?
no, because being that means you're in control.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Aresia is its own beast that you will soon discover.
No. Being a Tom
Yeah.
means that you're a Foundry Sage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well said. Well said. Well said. Yes.
So, go.
So if she lusts for power and control in this fashion, would she, if she were to be under the impression that she bent someone to her will or broke them to her will, that she might bring them into her confidence out of hubris?
Ooh. Echo makes a sort of a disdainful face and says, "The Aresians would never respect anyone who could be broken."
Yeah, I was curious about that culture-wise. What would we know? Like, don't look them in the eyes. Look
It is
them
an
in the eyes,
entire nation of Type A people with heavy leanings towards societal OCD.
Okay.
Yeah. That's probably
Yeah.
the most succinct way to sum it up.
Got it. Okay.
Everyone there is under a tremendous amount of pressure. You see Encanto over the holidays, it was free on Christmas Eve on Disney Plus. Everybody there is under a tremendous amount of pressure to perform and be their absolute best. Their showing this year, the Great Games, devastated their culture. Like, yeah.
So, would it be good to let them humiliate us, or would it be better for us to stand our ground?
I think it would be better for us to show that we are.
It would be better to show them that you could rise to any challenge that they offer you.
Right. Okay. Right.
I think we go in and try and mend fences, but we rise to the occasion of whatever they toss our way.
When it sounds like, it looks like this is going to be the type of place where we have to prove ourselves.
Yep. I'm ready.
I believe in you, Weebo. Everyone start clapping.
All right. Echo shakes her head and says, "I will remain out of sight. Good luck." And she goes to leave.
Knowing that they were at the Great Games and we went there and won. Knowing that when we saw the younger regions on Scorpion Island going there to train, it seems like showing a drive to better ourselves and showing that we are bettering ourselves and showing that we are better might be a way for us to garner respect and possibly an audience or support. That's what it sounds like.
I would agree with that.
And I think it seems like confidence might be a thing that we need to show is from the first step when we step on, and hopefully we are able to back up that confidence.
Well, here's a question, Maya. Since you are probably one of the most sincere of us, I could boost your charisma and support you in that regard, and you can sort of lead the conversation, or Andronicus or I could sort of lead things. Whatever I suppose we feel is best.
That. Orin.
It's commendable that you wish to take charge, but not just yet. Not in this, I don't.
It sounds like we don't need to. Our best course of action isn't rolling over. But
Oh, I'm not saying we roll over, but there is a certain amount of verbal sparring I think that may be required to get us in the front door.
you don't think my proficiencies are up to snuff here?
Oh, if it was actual sparring, I'd put you front and center, my friend. But this is a more of a tongue fencing as opposed to a Xephos fencing.
Well, actually, seeing how those young ones on Scorpion Island acted, it might be a actual sparring thing as well. I don't know. Maybe that would be a way to come in.
Well, that might very well put you front and center, Andronicus, boy.
Hi.
You've got both.
I can do my best.
I mean, one of the founders of Aresia was a Dragonlord, and we have a Paladin of the Oath with a brand new dragon.
That would be a pretty.
Also a member of the.
That would be a monster laydown right there. Saying, "This is who I am. This is what I bring." That might get their attention if you feel comfortable doing it that way.
Also the captain of our ship.
Callius's safety would, of course, have to be the highest priority in this case. A new dragon might make a tempting target.
Well, we leave Callius on board then. But still, I mean, your armor, your reputation, as much as we can make it. I mean, I can, enhance your charismatic skills with a shot.
I think it's worth a shot.
All right.
If
Sounds like we have a solid start.
If needed be, I can also enhance one of you as well. Maybe have both just in case.
It might be worth having both Julian and I both enhanced and ready to steer any conversations as needed.
Okay.
All right. You feel good? I can take you to the harbor.
I think we're good.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Bloop.
Once we have more money, I need to find if we can purchase something as well.
All right, cool. So, let's see. You're not going to be at sea anymore, so we turn that off.
You have like 4,600 drachmae down.
Okay. I got the summon elemental spell, so maybe.
All right, you guys sail into the Aresian port. They put up no resistance. In fact, let me pull. Start pulling your middies out onto the map.
Can you ping where we should pull out to?
Yeah, it's right here. It's fun. All right. So, in fact, a siren wearing Aresian colors, which is to say whites and reds, lands or approaches your ship with no fear. Do you shoot it down?
No.
No.
Orin's on the ballista, like raising an eyebrow, like,
Wrong
campaign.
He lands and says, "Heroes of prophecy, I see that you have made the wise decision to visit the lands of Aresia. We wait to meet with you. Please follow my directions, and I will take you into port. There, you can anchor and receive repairs on your ship.
We did
Akita,
have a hole punched through it at one point, so I
Oh.
much appreciate the offer.
a sea monster.
Something like that.
Akita, the harbor mistress, will greet you and prepare you for your journey to the city. Is there any message you wish me to bring back to the city proper and the queen?
Just none in particular, other than that of gratitude to be welcomed.
Tell him congratulations at the
And
games.
we wish to meet with Queen Helen if that is a possibility.
Oh, she is eager to meet with you, Julian of Mytros.
Most excellent. We wish to further Metron and Aresian relations in a positive light.
Excellent. I will bring these glad tidings to my queen. And with a flourish, his handsome, silver-feathered, silver-haired self launches into the air a tornado of white and red silks and jangling jewelry and bracelets. Obviously, a servant, based on how opulently dressed he is.
Mhm.
All right. As you come into harbor, you see that a large crowd has formed. Let's see what we got for you. Let's see. The city itself. Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay. So yeah, as you make landfall, essentially, this Nyxborn approaches. She is also opulently dressed, and the only sign of red is a red scarf or sash that is tied around her forearm and sort of trails behind her. She parts the crowd, and with arms akimbo, she says, heroes of prophecy, I heard you were coming. Please, please, come forward. No need to pay any sort of docking fees. You are the guests of the City of Eurasia, after all. Or at least I have been led to believe that. It's also this point that I should ask, are you bringing any B team with you?
That's a good question.
I have the list
John
here.
just gonna make it.
Our diplomacy one was Brianna, I think, right?
And Brianna also wants to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants to meet royals also, so that would be good.
I'm thinking Chandra's because, gotta have a smart advisor.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, advantage to persuasion, definitely Brianna.
What am I, chopped liver?
Yeah, Chandra, so that we have training
Really
and
good.
all of those things.
Yeah,
but
good,
if we
good,
have
good.
training already, you get him his expertise. He
Yeah,
does.
Obviously, Telemachus.
Yeah, Telemachus
Oh, God.
because he's the strongest of us all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Georgos because we need that sweet smell. Okay, probably not actually Georgos.
Considering what we heard about the, I don't know if it makes sense to bring Falana, the counter charm.
She's the strongest
Yeah,
sorceress.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, okay, and also being able to get D8 Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action 8 times per rest with Kira. I feel like that's just always useful.
Yep.
So we only have 5.
But-
Okay.
They don't like the gods here necessarily.
Well, she's not necessarily a god.
Yeah.
Well, true, but if they recognize, like, I don't know,
Well,
maybe they're secularist enough they won't just recognize her off the bat if she's not acting like.
Do we think we
Got
can trust her to chill?
Well, no, but
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 3 so far. You got Chandra's and Zamrox, which is 1, Telemachus and Brianna.
Wait, we are bringing Telemachus?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Succeeded Across Deluxe is too good to not bring.
Yes.
Like,
I swear, one word from him about. You know what? Just keep him away from me.
That motherfucker.
So who are your other? Who are your others?
Falana? So Falana?
Falana for sure.
Yeah, I think.
yeah, Falana's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we can't decide, you know,
Oh,
etiquette.
wait. Why don't we bring Nessa? Her.
Centaurs, right? I thought.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
her
there are
aura
centaurs
sort
there.
of helps smooth things over.
I mean, if there's no issues.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
rates, I think
Hostile
she's-
random
yeah.
encounter rates reduced. I think that's more specifically mechanics, but it's not. The
Also,
flavor of it fits.
The SIBO gains equivalent to Tabaxi seeds really nice because I only have 10 feet of movement right now.
Yeah, that's fair. You're just teeny baby boy.
Do I get that if I'm on Sophia?
No, you would use Sophia as a mount, so you use
Ah.
Sophia's speed.
Ah,
So do you want to bring Nessa, or do you want to bring someone else?
I think that aura could really help us out, but if,
I second it. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I agree.
Sounds good.
All right.
I just want to hear that voice again, Crash. That's what I
2,
want to
3,
hear.
4, 5.
All right, there you go. That's 5. All right, and resume. So Akita says, "Come. I will explain to you what I can of Eurasian culture. I am a bit of a walker in two worlds, as it were.
Oh, I'm
Born
very-
in Mytros, but defected to Aresia, but never really quite fit in. So here I am, serving as a way station between the two worlds."
I definitely want to learn the Eurasian culture.
Oh, do you? Well, stick around long enough and I'm sure you will. It is a very assertive culture.
so with having Brianna as part of the B team right now, we don't need Maya or myself to cast enhance ability. We
There's
just have
specifically persuasion, so I guess if there's ever any deception or intimidation going on, but I don't. I mean, like we can just lean towards persuasion then.
yeah.
I mean, I guess I'll just be running guidance on Andronicos.
Works for me.
All right.
This last comment, you can see Oren is holding his tongue. Gotta at least get off the docks, you know.
All right, so Akita says, all right, so you see the city way up there. As she points, and as the clouds clear, you see Aresia at the top of a mountain.
Nice brisk jog.
So there are over 1,000 steps that they will expect you to climb. If you cheat, that is to say, if they catch you flying or using magic to skip to the top, probably not even going to talk to you when you reach the gates.
I see.
More than likely, when you reach the gates, if you are who you claim to be, and if you do carry whatever sort of weight your title and station and achievements do in fact carry, then the queen will probably greet you at the gates. This will be a great honor. Now, if she doesn't meet you at the gates, you're probably dead in the water. You're probably not going to get in. You're probably not going to get to see her. But if you do, in fact, get greeted by her at the gates, view that as a good sign. Now, she will more than likely test you, because the Aresians will want her to, because they will not want untested individuals to come into the city. Now, you might say, we have already been tested. We have already completed great labors. We have already been champions in the games, etc., etc., etc. Not good enough for the Aresians, especially after how the games went this year. In fact, they're gonna never want to talk about the great games at all. So make sure you don't bring that up, because that's gonna sour things real quick.
That's a
No,
shame
wanting,
right there.
wanting to be tested, that's understandable. We haven't been even on this side of Thylea.
Exactly. They don't really know much about you. I mean, the bard for a little while was occasionally swinging by and telling stories of your great adventures and whatnot, and then she just stopped showing up.
Must have been that performance at the games.
She says, "See, that's
I
not
stomp
gonna
on
work."
Orin's foot.
Sorry.
Get it out here while you can instead of saying it when it matters. Okay. Well, should we start walking?
I say we race. I'll start walking.
Any other helpful hints or tidbits you can share with us?
Right. So never appear weak, but never appear so arrogant that you are above a challenge. Understand that Aresians are incredibly competitive. Also, if you show up looking super ostentatious, and she kind of motions at you, Julian, that's not going to go over well. She kind of motions at the jewelry that Andronikos has got everywhere. This is just, you're basically like servant class. Now look at me. I'm decked out. I got jewels and jewelry everywhere. That's because I have sort of accepted that I'm never going to make it very far in Aresian society. I fill a need that the people that the city needs. And then for that reason, I am successful and I am tolerated. But if you truly want to impress and you truly want to embrace that Aresian culture, you need to present yourself as strong without the need of any other proof of your strength. Does that make sense?
Arms and armor, where do they fall on this?
Oh, that's fine. I mean, if you're good at martial arts, they definitely respect that more than just using weapons. But they have an entire thing where there's like the school of the sword, the school of the shield. So that they have a need for such things.
I tuck my pendant under my breastplate and I slide my armband under my manica that covers one of my arms, and I say that's as good as it's getting from me.
Akita says, now you might think, why is this person helping us? Aren't they an Aresian? Why would they want us to succeed? Are they setting us up for failure? Is this some goof or prank? Let me tell you. Being the harbor mistress of a xenophobic city like Aresia, we do trade, true. But man, things would be a lot better if we stopped going to war and if we really just kind of open things up a bit more. It would mean a lot to me if you could broker some sort of lasting peace between the city of Mytros and the nation of Aresia. And that's why I'm helping.
That would certainly thrill us.
I would like to insight check the enthusiasm.
Okay. Yeah. As far as you can tell, they are 100% genuine. Okay. They believe the words they're saying. Their enthusiasm is real.
Okay.
Julian will cast Disguise Self, and he will present himself in a more drab affair. Like, he won't disguise the fact that he's wearing, a breastplate and carrying his kit, but he'll turn like his. So, like, what are the colors? Are they like gray, brown? I mean, what's sort of the prevailing style?
White and red are the official colors of Aresia. White because you show that you are near perfect in that you are able to keep your whites white, essentially. Red to show that you are fierce, fiery, and unafraid of blood and bloodshed.
Okay.
Also, it's the total opposite of blue, which is the main color of Mytros. So.
Got it. Okay, so that's the problem. I'm dressed all in blues. So Julian's going to cast Disguise Self and turn his entire outfit red.
Okay. Julian Aresian skin unlocked. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Julian, don't you think it'd be easier to just buy a bolt of fabric real quick? Or just buy some new clothes?
Oh, that being said, this is a quote-unquote town, so you could benefit from buying and selling if you need to. This is
I'll sell off. Do we have anybody in the crew that could benefit from chainmail? If not, I'll just sell it off over here.
I'm fine. I can't use it.
Yeah, I'm good as well.
Not right now.
Do need to buy a couple potions though. Can we do that trading down here at the harbor? Let's just like real quick.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just put a pin in it and know that you have access to it. So
Okay, yeah.
just buying and selling. All right.
Or I'll just pick up 2 health potions.
Crash, I also forgot to mention that I would have asked around the boat and
Mhm.
also pinged Vulcan and Valis, but about my size. I thought about it, but I didn't bring it up. So I would have asked about it and some if there's anything that can be done, if they know what's going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Chandra's will attempt to research solutions. More than likely, it is a curse.
Curse, yeah.
Remove curse could work, but it was caused by a artifact wielded by a godly being. So he puts it out there that your chances of a normal remove curse helping is pretty slim.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fair. Okay.
All right. Okay. In that case, let me take you to the next map.
Andronicus tosses the 37 gold, or drachmae, that he's made from selling his chainmail. I haven't had this much money in months.
They also paid.
And if you keep tossing it up in the air like that, someone might pickpocket you. You might be out of it altogether.
I don't know if Aresia would do that, from what I've been hearing.
I don't put past
Every
anybody
season,
without
underground
anything when it
element.
comes to money.
All
This
right.
is the
now
no bookkeeping. I also settled out my fortune and misfortunes.
So to climb up this mountain, I either need a Constitution saving throw or an athletics check.
I'm just gonna athletics check it.
I'm going to use my crisp inspiration and roll with advantage.
Oh yeah, I'm going up this shit backwards. Orin takes the sandals off. Just chucks it over
A
the.
15?
That's pretty solid. Wait,
So-
I think it should be. Oh, never mind.
I'm going to use my crisp inspiration on this as well.
It's because I am unlucky at the moment.
Okay, yeah, because I'm about to say you're a sorcerer.
Wait, why would you be
pretty
unlucky?
solid.
We've rested since then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, then
because
it
it
was a 15.
Yeah, I settled out my tokens as well, so it should be good.
Crash, did my Constitution reduce due to the size, or was it just strength?
I believe it's just your strength.
My strength is a 2. All right, I'm gonna do Constitution.
At least all your clothes shrunk as well, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you were not using variant encumbrance, you would have died 20 feet
Right.
back.
Yeah.
Oh no, my bad. Yeah, your strength and Constitution reduced by 6.
but he's being carried, so he's.
No, but I'm not gonna be carried.
Oh my
that's-
God.
Shit.
You're
Given
gonna-
your size, though, oh my God.
Right.
It's gonna be
You're doing
Alright.
like pull-ups, like 1,000 pull-ups.
But
Okay.
I get tabaxi speed.
so
But you're
that-
climb. Okay, yeah, you got it. You got it.
Nessa,
So-
that gives you
Nessa
2
wants
feet.
desperately to carry you on her back. Do you refuse?
Given what I've been told about Aresia, yeah, I refuse.
Oh hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're 100% rolling at
I'm-
disadvantage.
I'm there with
and-
you.
So are we picking Sibo back up on the way back down from
Yeah,
Aresia when we
basically.
leave?
We
Don't
pick him
worry,
up.
don't
He's
worry,
on the
I'll be
third
there
stair.
with I'll be
Maya's
there
on
with
the
him.
Maya's on the 4th stair.
So it should be
Yeah.
-2.
Okay.
So I got a 13.
Okay. Maya, you gain a point of exhaustion from these efforts.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, you should
Uh,
have,
Would
should
we
have
have had
overrested.
well rested from being from resting? on the
Yes,
ship?
you would have had a point of well rested.
Okay. So I'm just normal.
I look down. I've only gone up 2 steps.
Yeah,
So
it's
what
rough.
we know about Aresians, like, would they be like accepting, or like would they be predisposed to Maya? Since even though she's obviously had a difficult time with it, she's still like powered through it. Would that be a positive thing? in their eyes?
Aresians have no species racism.
Nice.
But they culturally they are better than
He was
everyone else.
asking because I failed to check if that would be an issue, even though I made.
Oh yeah, like you're a wimp. Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't know if it'd be a thing where like they would admire the fact that she continued despite her suffering.
Oh
Or-
yeah, no, for sure. But you
They,
know,
they
like
do,
those,
but also they're like, also
You suffer.
you're a scrub.
Yeah.
they hate quitters for sure. They hate quitters for sure. So
if you'd given up, that would have been worse, but still
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
great.
Question: is it possible for me to succeed at a cost,
no,
even with
Not even
Telemon's help?
deluxe.
With
no.
Telemachus.
The DC was a 13. The DC was a 13.
Oh,
Now, Sibo, you passed, but it's very slow, even with your quote-unquote tabaxi speed.
mhm.
The rest of you, do you pace yourselves at Sibo's pace, or do you leave him behind?
I
would
will
say leave
stick
me-
with Sibo.
I would say leave me behind.
Orin jogs to the top, and then he jogs back down to Sibo's pace. You're doing great,
You
Sibo.
laugh, Sibo.
All right, I have that. So, do you guys leave him behind, or do you keep? Here, I'll do a poll. Or actually, we'll just go round robin. Androcos, do you wait for Sibo? Do you pace yourself with Sibo, or go without him?
If Orin continues on, I'll go with Orin, but otherwise
Okay.
I'll stay back.
All right, Julian, do you go with Orin, or do you stay behind with Sibo?
I'm sticking with my buddy.
Okay, Maya.
I failed, so I'm
Yeah,
probably,
I'd say you're probably
I'm with him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So as the two of you reach the top, Orin and oh my gosh. All right. So Orin and Andronicos, as the two of you reach the top, along with, I think your NPCs would probably stay behind with everybody else. Well, no, Brianna would probably try. Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, what about Zamrox? Yeah, go on.
Zamrox would just stay with Chandra.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. Chandra's not a very athletic guy.
Seeing the Narcissus mini, I kind of get it.
Yeah. So they will. Everyone else will stay behind. So the two of you reach the top, and you reach the gates of Aresia. Here you could see a historical painting of a failed siege against the city of Eurasia. Here's the city of Eurasia up at the top of the mountain. Here's the stairs that you guys are currently, we're climbing. And anyways, here's the gates.
Nice.
All right. As you reach the top of the gates, a handsome man looks down upon you. And this handsome man, let's see. I gotta put it into chat to show it to you. There we go. This is Leandros of Aresia. He calls down to you and says, "You there? Who are you? And why have you climbed the 1,000 steps of Aresia?"
We are the forward party of the Heroes of Prophecy. We seek entrance to the city to meet with the Queen.
A forward party, you say? So there are others, then, that make their ascent.
Indeed.
He nods, and as he does, the wind catches his beautiful hair, blowing it back from his face. You see he has a grizzled face with many scars. He tosses his beautiful locks and says, "Then we will wait until your whole party has assembled, and then call for the Queen."
That is agreeable.
All right. And then he just stalwartly stares off into the horizon, making no further conversation.
If I look over at another guard, is this guy? Does this guy have a unique sprite so that it lends one to believe he's recruitable, or
No. In fact, they all look like. No, they don't look like this kid. They all look like Aresian monk. So they all look like that.
nice.
Yeah. All right. And they just kind of stand there and think. So you wait a long time. I'll be honest. Oren and
How do the
Andronico.
Aresians feel about like playing cards and stuff like that? Like if Oren and I just started playing cards with each other, like would they be insulted?
I mean,
or...
it seems like a recreational indulgence that doesn't involve training.
No, it's mind training.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna spin it that way.
I looked. Apparently, I don't have a deck of cards on my character details. So we
Okay.
don't.
I got Smith tools. You wanna work on our armor, Andronicus?
I mean, honestly, that's probably not the worst idea.
Nice. We'll set up
How
shop.
long does it take us to get to the top?
So Sibo, what is your speed again?
It's 10 base.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
kinda
Oren, your
directly.
speed is 30. So it takes. It will assume that if it took 30 minutes for super fit Oren and Andronicos to climb 1,000 steps, it takes 90 minutes for hardworking Sibo.
In that case, I'll have to recast disguise self
Okay, fair enough.
when we get back. Once we get to the top.
So, Oren and Andronicos, you find a nearby rock, or do you sit upon the more comfortable-looking small patch of grass?
Or
Do we
standing
sit
there.
at all? I was saying,
Yeah,
no, we
turn
just
to-
stand and wait. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's do
yeah.
Andronicus to check this
All
out.
right.
I've taught him to dance.
Okay. So you guys.
He pulls out his rope snake.
Oh, okay.
Does a little dance.
Isn't that awfully personal? Should you like wait till you're alone before pulling out your rope snake?
spend an hour playing with your Pokemons. Do you pull out your Pokemons?
Yeah, I've got Elpis on one shoulder and I've got Callius on the other. So.
Oh shit. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Upon seeing the rest of your party crest sort of the hill or come around a bend, you hear a horn blown from behind the great wall, and Leandro says, "All at attention! The Queen of Aresia approaches." All right,
I'm
so
gonna put
you
away the rope
guys,
snake.
okay. You guys reach the wall at roughly the same time as Queen Helen. Queen Helen is a short stack. She's maybe 5 feet tall tops. But she hovers above the ground, higher than Leandros of Aresia, who is easily 6 foot something. She looks down at you with a very judgy face. You can see Queen Helen in the bottom right of the screen. There we go. So Queen Helen looks down upon all of you, literally. And then Leandro says, "My queen, may I present to you the heroes of prophecy?" And she looks down, even more unimpressed. She looks to all of you and sort of gives you a go on look.
And looks to Julian or Andronicus.
Greetings, Queen Helen. We were told by the Dockmaster that you may be interested in meeting with us once we arrived at the city.
Okay, she raises one eyebrow.
We would therefore like to present ourselves to you. We are the heroes of prophecy. I myself am Andronicus. Next to me here, this is Oren. Julian, there in the red. Maya. And the tiny one you might not be able to see from up there, that's Sibo.
She continues to stare at you. occasionally slow blinking.
We wanted to thank you for the hospitality of your port and request entrance into the city.
Those of you with training in perception see that her left lip twitches a little when you say that.
Oh man, I want to speak up so bad. I want to say something.
Your guard thus far has been most accommodating, letting us know the expectations set forth for the city, and calling for you, or whatever he did. Once we all arrived.
She slow blinks at you. So, you seek entrance into the mighty city of Aresia. You seek audience with its queen. What else do you seek, heroes of prophecy? What has brought you here in these times? When, according to the songs and stories, you have much work to do in the world abroad.
Well, if you know of the songs and stories, you know of our struggle, and you know that what we most desire is to unite people.
What you most desire is to spit in the face of the twin titans. Long has Aresia thrived. We seek not the titans as enemies.
We do not seek to spit in their face so much as we seek to do better than what has come before. And perhaps the failings of Mytros and the other cities of Thylea have come about as a result of not fully bonding together with those that would sooner hold tight their skills and assets than share themselves with the rest of the world. We come in peace. We wish to broker understanding and create a greater world, a better world.
Indeed, we seek not to spit on the Titans, but to end the spitting upon us by them.
She slowly long blinks.
Just let her blink and let her speak next.
Your words are earnest, and your emotions embarrassingly on display. My heart. And you see a pale white hand kind of move from underneath her cloak to touch her chest. Beneath her cloak, she is dressed in like full body, like red leathers, basically. And she says, I am willing to listen. I am willing to meet. And I am willing to hear the words that you have brought across the great Cerulean Sea to my shores. But only if you can show me through deed how important such a meeting truly is to you. I understand that you performed 4 great labors. I ask of you for 2 labors for the city of Aresia. And once complete, should you manage to complete them, you'll be our guest, and I will meet with you and listen. And those of you with training in perception and insight, you see she gets a wicked look on her face, like a cat who is planning to torture some mice.
She's gonna make me walk up the stairs again.
You can see Orin's biting his tongue.
What are these labors that you would have us perform for you?
Ah, your curiosity shows cowardice. You already balk at my royal offer?
I think it's rather that it's difficult to perform labors if we don't know what they are.
And Julian just sort of points over to Andronicus like, yeah, what he said.
I assure you that these labors will not put the city of Mytros or your allies in any peril. And that they are more than likely able to be accomplished by you and yours. I would not ask something so great as for you to journey to the skies and bring me Fengari herself. Fengari's the moon.
I was getting ready to ask if we knew what that was.
Yeah.
And I'd like to incite her when she says, I do not think, like the whole, like, not bringing harm to Mytros.
Sure, yeah.
Imagine Siwa just wheezes that in between.
She is not a divine figure. She is a mortal. So this would be a normal check. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like she is intrigued by the fact that you came here, and she does in fact think that your disgusting emotions worn on your sleeve do show that you truly believe that what you're doing is right, but she needs you to sort of prove to the people of Aresia that you are worth her time.
The whole actions speak louder than words business.
Mm-hmm. Also, she's a politician, and she wants to assuage the people themselves, If she meets with you, what's next? Meeting with Queen Valis? Psh, oh my god.
Which of the 5 do you think they would respect the most?
Oh, probably Valis. There's a lot of... This is like Valis, but meaner.
Nice.
Also, this is like Valis, but didn't let a man fuck up her life.
I feel like they would be like, under the right circumstances, they'd probably become really good friends or really bad enemies.
Mm.
I mean, under the current circumstances, they're like really good, bad frenemies. I don't know.
I guess, yeah. All right, so time is, passing in the game. You say that, and she just stares at you with another one of those long blinks.
This time, I just stare back because
Okay.
we've asked for the thing already.
Mm-hmm. She says, if you accept these challenges, know this, you are under no obligation to complete them. This is no oath being sworn. This is you agreeing to a challenge. If the challenge proves too daunting for you, simply walk away. And as she says that, you hear ever so slightly the rustle of monk sashes and the clanging of shields and spears as all of the Aresians suppress emotional responses. But in that very silent, sound of movement, you could tell that her words have stirred the Aresians. Like, they would love to see you back down.
Julian will stand next to Andronicus, sort of with his fists on his hips, and he will match Andronicus' stare back at the queen.
Fighting back the exhaustion from walking up the stairs, I will stand up next to Julian too. And look up at her.
I I feel like I missed something. She's waiting for us to literally.
She smiles and says, "I see. Then I present to you the first great labor of Aresia. You have sailed here in a mighty ship, the mightiest ship ever to have been made in this world. It is a fine ship. Aresia lacks a strong navy. It would be a sign of trust. It would be a great offering of friendship and of peace for you to present to us a ship of equal caliber."
The fuck?
Does Andronicos actually say that?
No, Nathan says that.
Go then, and return with such an offering, and I will give you your second labor. And she slowly drifts down, away from view. And Leandros of Aresia says, "And so goes the queen. Her words spoken. Thank you for your time, heroes of prophecy." And you stare up the impenetrable gates, the walls of stone that have never been breached. And he too disappears from sight.
Or kind of shrugs, like, "Oh, we tried. Back to the ship." Turn to head down the stairs.
Chandra says, I mean, I don't know. Do we have people that could even make?
Well, they spent in Mytros. We spent repairing this ship. The thing that makes this thing formidable is that what it's made out of is the tree of Sidon's child. That's what makes it be able to sail the sea. The ship itself, though, is known.
Well, Polana says, but she asked for a comparable ship, a ship on par with. So maybe she just wants a ship that's like the Ultros.
Yeah,
I unfortunately don't happen to carry one of those around.
Well, no, but I'm. If this is a way of us bridging the gap between Mytros and Aresia, and this might give time for I don't know if Vulcan would be interested in trying to build another ship. It might be something interesting to do. But
I think the whole thing is just her yanking our bloody chain.
And if we were to prove that we can do it, it would be throwing the chain that she is yanking, whipping it into her face. Oh wow! I'm surprised I said that.
I mean, okay. Meta, would knowledge of Smith's tools give me knowledge of about how long it takes to build a ship of Ultros' size? Like IRL, it's like
goodness,
it's like multiple years.
Yeah, to build a ship like that, you would need a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources
to make an average galleon, and that's like, yeah.
Now,
that's not even a galleon disguised as a trireme, which is what we have.
Yeah, you do have Pythor. You do have Pythor, who is the god of strength, dude rocking a 30 strength score. You do have some of the brightest minds in the world. Chandris, Falana, Sibo. Sibo has a knowledge of ships and sailing. You do have a crew of 100 rowers, not to mention all of your special NPCs. Like, you certainly have the staff to do it.
Well, is there any ship that has ever been close to the Ultros?
I mean, allegedly, the Spring Wind has a ship of quote-unquote unparalleled speed that she uses in her piracy.
Mm-hmm. She's in the forgotten.
Yeah, she's in chapter 6. She's in chapter 6.
Honestly, Julian's seething a little bit because this whole thing just smacks of bullshit power play, and I feel like we're being trapped between our emotions and her just being a bitch.
Wow, I'm gonna pat myself on the back real quick. All right.
I mean, it is, right? It is a power play. But one of the things that Aresia cares about is that if she gives us this impossible challenge, and we show up completing it,
and then hand the fucking ship over to her, then we
Yeah.
have just given them something that rivals the power that Mytros has because
they
Mytros
got
is
it.
unaffiliated.
and they got it from somebody from Mytros.
What if we?
They did not do
what
it
if we give
themselves. They got it.
A weakness so small that it would never be detected.
Oh my god, an exhaust
Okay,
port.
Smack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's do an exhaust port.
There's no way you can find that though. You need a Weebo-sized.
Ah!
Yeah, Corinna looks at your schematics and she's like, "Oh, that exhaust port's not that small. It can't be much larger than a goatling. I've been shooting 2 or 3 of those at a time back on my father's farm."
Good.
Yeah.
I used to bullseye goatlings with my T16,
Running bow.
super bow.
And everyone rolls their eyes like, "Not the thing to say, bro. Not the thing to say." Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, from my perspective, you can't. There's no way to build that shit. I don't think we'd have enough time, honestly.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
Well,
wow. I didn't know the heroes obviously were mostly quitters, but okay.
I mean, we can
Well,
go
what
and
I'm
try
saying-
and
what I'm-
steal the. I think we'd have more luck stealing. Yeah, okay, in character. Yeah, I want to say. I think. Well, we should have this conversation not in the front of the gates. I think we should head back so we're not like tipping our hand here.
Sure,
But-
sure.
I think I think I think one of the ways we can do this is find a ship that is, it doesn't have to be as the same as the Ultros.
This is back in the
something that's-
Ultros, right?
That is, this would be back in the
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're back on the.
OOC, no NPC telling you this. She said that this would prove your trust and friendship and determination, and that they wanted a ship comparable to the Ultros.
comparable. So it doesn't have like Ultros can still be better, but something that can measure up to it, make it like a second place.
Wait. I think we're going about this the wrong way. What if we give them the Ultros on the condition that they can have it when we're done?
Oh shit!
Well, no, of course.
When?
But we can't really give away the Ultros considering it's
Yeah.
a sentient being.
No. Chandra's kind of snaps his fingers when you say that, Julian. He says, "Ah, now that's evil. That's evil genie thinking there, Julian. Because they don't know that you're planning to release the ship from its servitude, and that doesn't have to factor into the conversation at all."
You would bring this, Chandras.
Chandra scowls at you. "What does that mean?"
Means it's very smart thinking.
Hmm.
That's why we keep you around. as an advisor.
Sometimes, Soren, I am suspicious of you.
That's so.
Yes.
I mean,
Sometimes I think that you don't trust me.
Hmm.
And he takes his fingers and he starts spidering them together in front of him. As he says that.
I just say we cut out all this bullshit. Clearly, she's just trying to fuck with us. To send
When you
us
say
on our way.
bullshit, Zamrock says,
Bullshit, more like.
My apologies. All of this ridiculousness. She's clearly just trying to, get us to fuck off and send us on our way. If we come back at her, say, fine, you can have the Ultros when we're done. When we're done, restoring the Pact of Peace.
Oh, I would assume you're not having conversation near the dockmaster in case she is.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, meta-wise, once we release Dionysus from the ship, does the ship just fall apart, or what happens to it? Or is it just like a really big ship that no longer has...
Yeah, it just doesn't have the soul of Dianthus
Protecting us from the
protecting
storms.
it. Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
Yeah, Julian, I agree with this course of action, but at the very least, we should inform Dionysus to make sure that she doesn't think we're double-crossing her and signing her away. That let her know that we still fully intend to release her, and then what remains of the ship is given to Aresia.
That seems like a good idea.
Otherwise, besides that, I've no qualms with it. And it seems the only way besides tracking down this spring wind that could...
Oh, wait. I have to ask. Is this conversation maybe happening like a couple of hundred steps down the mountain, or did you walk all the way back to the port town? Because if you did, I'm going to need another Constitution save or Athletics check.
I think we're going to have this conversation
in the captain's quarters.
In the captain's... Oh, okay. In that case, let me take you back to Ultros, and yeah, give me an Athletics check and or a Constitution save.
Okay, let's try Constitution save this time.
DC 13.
Oh yeah, easy.
All right, I have a point of exhaustion.
You have a point of exhaustion. Aresia taking its toll on you, Maya.
Yeah. Too bad I couldn't use that.
All right, no problem. Everyone's doing great. Yeah, Maya not doing great. Snake's hanging limp. Sweat, so much sweat, like the gross sweat where your clothes are just soaked, like you fell in a lake.
I should have went onto a spider and hanged onto Orin.
Yeah.
I prestidigitate away the sweat and grossness.
Okay.
More just comes through because I'm still exhausted.
I just like
fanning me.
Yeah, fanning and casting prestidigitation as I do.
All right. In the safety of the captain's quarters, Kyra says, "Okay. So what happened? How did it go?"
Yeah, we get the blanket fort set up.
Didn't really go great.
Okay.
She seems kind of an ass.
Okay, check that
But
out.
I don't know how much of it was like putting on airs to be like as Aresia can be, or how much of it was actually her. I would be interested to see the difference between her in public and her in private.
I bet you would, Queen Killer.
Kira,
Yeah.
I have something to tell you later.
I just think it's hilarious.
Julian shoots you a dirty look.
From what I've heard, Mister Fish Sticks, you had a certain dalliance with Valis. Which, come on, I can't even believe it. Julian, can you believe this guy? Like, who would even sleep with him? No offense. I mean, oof.
Julian just stares at her
cringy, right?
stonily.
It's a little cringy, right? Because he's got like that.
Kira, come over here for just a moment.
Sure. Yeah, what's up?
I lean down, I whisper recap everything we did with Valius.
Oh,
like in excruciating detail.
I hear the baby. Sorry, I gotta go.
Once again, Elvis would have told me.
I feel like you need to give her your notebook for a day to read about, try to regain some of her memories, if anything.
Okay.
She just stumbles right into it, honestly.
It's becoming a bit of a bit.
Lana says, so, what is the play here?
I think Julian had a solid idea. Mm-hmm. Besides for that, I don't think building a ship comparable to the Ultros is feasible in the time we have left before we would need Aresia's help. And I don't think obtaining one would be more reasonable than constructing one, but still would be a very sizable task with what we've currently got.
We know that the last wind has supposedly a ship without equal.
Mm-hmm.
The only other thing other than Julian's option is, I believe, to go eventually once we catch up with the wind, to just capture that ship and gift it to the city. But I think that we should make a show of gifting it to the city or perhaps the harbor master and not to the Queen. It would still provide Aresia with the ship, which is what she said, but it wouldn't give her personally the direct benefit of it.
I mean,
Well, I
she's
mean-
the one issuing the challenge. Do you think?
No, I think we have to essentially sign over the ship with the caveat in place.
I get the
But we need
feeling
to
that
have
this
Dianthus
is
on
this
board
is.
with us.
Do you think that what if she says no? Do we still get to go get this other ship?
Yeah, if we go with your plan, Julian, and offer the
No, if she says no, we call her on her shit. I'm serious.
Oh,
She-
because you're literally offering her the Ultros.
It is
There
a
is
ship
nothing more
comparable.
comparable than the ship itself.
Exactly. We are giving her. We are granted. We are, having. We'll still laying claim to the ship until we are done with it, but we are promising it to her, addressing the need. And if she says no, that's not good enough, then she's not playing fair.
Yes, we
Julie,
can't always
yes.
think that there is no ship comparable to the Ultros.
And also,
Road and-
she did not give you any stipulation on exactly when the ship needed to be given to her, just that it needed to be presented.
Exactly.
But
You are a devious one, Julian.
it's how I've gotten where I am. But to Oren's point, we need Dianthus aware of the subterfuge so she doesn't fight us on this, try and do anything untoward while we're going about our business.
Just let her know that we still fully intend to release her from the ship's
Yes.
service, so that she can return to her tree when because she's specified that she wants to see it through to the end. But after that, I imagine she'd prefer to return to her sister.
I wonder how our tree is doing.
Sibo, you've spent a good bit of time in Dianthus' company. Do we need to do anything special to speak with her? Or do we just speak to the ship at large?
Let's see what's back.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see that.
Sibo, do they have to do anything special to speak to Dianthus, or do they just speak and Dianthus hears?
If she wants to talk to you, she'll respond.
All right. In that case, Julian will sort of direct to, I guess, the room at large and say, Dianthus, I presume you've been listening to what we've been discussing. Could you confirm for us that you are all right with our plan? Or if you have an alternate suggestion, we would love to hear it.
I've listened, heroes, and your solution is quite clever. I have no loyalty to this Aresia, or wherever it is. I only know that it is a terrible place, cursed frequently by Esther and his crew. I have no desire to serve them, and when we have completed what we set out to do, I wish to be released.
Of course, that was never in hazard of changing.
Yeah.
We just wanted to include you in the decision making, as we would essentially be promising you to them, but under.
But
in a ruseful way.
recall then, heroes, that you have already offered me my freedom, and it was already given. I stay here with you by my own will and my own choice. I would not abandon you, not until we see this through.
We appreciate that, but we still want to show that we respect you and want you to be involved in anything that would directly impact your freedom in this way.
Your honesty and openness is appreciated. I would further appreciate that if the Queen makes mention of me, you are truthful with her, that I serve willingly, I am no longer bound.
Very well.
All right.
Okay.
You motherfuckers climb all the way back up them 1,000 stairs?
Oh yeah. Orin's really taking his sandals off.
For
this time.
sure.
Yep.
Okay. Give me another check.
All right, I got it. I definitely have to do a
Yes.
Constitution save because at least that was not a disadvantage.
Correct.
Oh man, we should come here more often, honestly. And great cardio. Great for the cardio.
There it is.
Bam.
Oh, I got Andronicus.
Andronicos, with your nat 20, you may assist one ally with making a successful check, Julian or Sibo. Or you may have them struggle on their own.
I will offer assistance if it's wanted.
Who do you offer it to?
I'll offer it to little baby Sibo first.
Okay. Sibo.
I slap your hand. With, get that! What do you think I am?
I think you're a cursed halfling. That's
Okay, all right, yeah, I'll take that one.
All right. So you do not fail, Sibo. You are assisted in
Yes.
view of the people of Aresia. Okay.
I mean, come on, he's literally like 5 inches tall. Like,
All right, Julian, you gonna burn your well rested or take the?
I'm gonna have to burn my well rested.
All right, you guys arrive back.
oh
at the
wait,
gate.
what about your sorceress origin thing? Don't you
That's
have a-
only on
Oh.
ability checks, not saves.
Ah, dang.
Okay. All right, you guys arrive after 90 more minutes of climbing stairs. It is getting on in the afternoon now.
I finally did it.
Leandro says, we saw your approach. Have you returned so soon?
Sorry it took us so long. We would have come sooner, but you know how these things are. And Orn will nod to Julian.
I must confess to a certain amount of surprise. But if you are earnest in your desires to return so soon, I can fetch the queen.
If you would, please.
Just picturing the queen sitting down, like kicking off her shoes, like and then burst.
Yeah, got rid of those assholes. Yeah.
It's like they're back. She's like, what?
All right, so about 15 minutes pass, and then another 15 minutes pass, and then Leandros reappears and says, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, heroes. Behold, Helen, Queen of Aresia." And she drifts into view, and then he says, "May I present again the heroes of prophecy, currently undertaking their first labor of Aresia."
My queen, it's good to see you again. We
She stares at you.
we went to our ship. We held a discussion amongst ourselves and some of the crew. And we came to the conclusion that there is no comparable ship to the Ultros. And therefore, instead, we would like to offer you the Ultros itself. One caveat, however, is that you cannot have it until we are done with it. We have a specific mission that we set out to accomplish, and the Ultros is pivotal to the success of that mission. Once that mission is completed, however, the ship will be Aresia's.
There is an actual murmur amongst the monks on the wall. The queen raises her hand ever so slightly from her robes, and the murmur stops immediately. She says, "Do you take me for a fool?"
I do not.
Are you able to speak aloud what this great mission is, that I might better gauge the chances of Aresia receiving this great ship, and what condition we might find it in?
I believe that would be best done in private, if that would be acceptable to you.
So your mission is a great secret, then?
Not perhaps a great secret, but not something that benefits from being openly exposed either.
So it is something you are ashamed of?
That, my queen, could not be further from the truth.
Aresia is neutral in all things. Why not speak aloud what it is you aim to do?
We aim to no more and no less than save civilization on Thylea.
She stares at you, unblinking.
The prophecy.
Recall perhaps the prophecy you may have heard about us in the stories. It is no bard's imagination that the prophecy exists, and we intend to fulfill it.
I see. You use the prophecy of an errant daughter of Sidon as evidence of your manifest destiny to achieve your great mission, a mission you still refuse to speak aloud. One that is known, but one that my ears desire to hear from your voice. What is it you aim to do, heroes?
We will prevent the twins from annihilating all settler life on the continent and island and country and world of Thylea.
And how will you do that?
Well, step one is what we're doing currently, attempt to gather allies.
And then?
And then we eventually will sail to Praxis and do better than before.
And there it is.
Recall that the Ultros returned unharmed the first time.
Your confidence is inspiring, and your courage is admirable. I ask only then that this promise of the ship be an oath sworn by your fellowship, that I might rest easy knowing that your word is your bond.
We would have it no other way. It would not count as a fulfilling of this first great challenge if there was no way to guarantee that it would occur.
Oh shit. All right. Real quick, what would the oath be? Only one of you needs to speak it aloud since you are in an oath of fellowship.
How do we want to word this?
Quick huddle.
The ship, upon the fulfillment of the prophecy, is there a name for this prophecy? Like, I know a lot of.
I guess.
Versus prophecy.
Okay,
Yep,
so
versus prophecy.
okay.
Okay.
Upon the achievement of Versus prophecy, the Ultros will become property of Aresia, to be delivered by us to the city.
Do we have to add that part about delivering it? I mean, they can come pick it up. Like,
I feel like it would go a ways to promote
Enough.
goodwill that we include that in there. I can take care of that part myself if you
You
would.
should say.
What are we treating this like a rental car? It's just rolling into the center of the intersection.
Yeah.
Might as well go get it.
I think we should include that Orin will deliver it.
Delivered by Ohlen of Mytros.
OOC.
Armed
One thing.
Centurion.
One thing we probably think about, like right now we've been like learning bits and pieces of stuff that's it's like showing like how stuff actually happened and stuff like that. I don't know. Like right now we have this prophecy, and our only source of that prophecy is Mercy. And we've learned that all these powerful people have flaws and stuff like that, and also
We incited the actual prophecy. Is that the question?
So like us making this oath saying that we return once the prophecy is fulfilled. What if we end up finding out that what we need to do is not actually this prophecy, but something else?
Yeah.
How about?
Upon the suspicion of the Sidon threat.
Upon ensuring peace between Thylea, the gods, between the settlers of Thylea, the people of Thylea, and the gods and the Titans. So keep it exempt from the from the prophecy and tie it more to ensuring the peace of Thylea.
Why don't we just keep it simple and say upon the defeat of the Titans?
Well,
what if we have their
plans?
That would lock us into having to defeat the Titans, though. Perhaps.
Narratively, but defeating them, there's different ways to defeat someone. We don't have to kill someone to defeat them.
Yeah, that's true. But I was thinking, we could just you can have peace between Thylea and the Titans if the Titans are that doesn't. But that gives us more leeway.
But we've defeated their plan of violence.
But
I mean, what if they did not right now? We end up learning that it's not a plan of violence; it's a plan of something else. You know what I mean? There's got to be a way of us.
I think tying it to anything more specific than the prophecy will pigeonhole us into a certain approach, or could. Yeah. But I mean, not knowing 100%. Technically, exactly what the prophecy includes. That's a good point.
There was a specific thing they said in the prophecy that that the twins are the cause of notes. It was I already gotta rewrite this thing down. It was something about saving Thylea, but it was a specific wording.
So narratively, as she asked for this, the camera cuts back to the captain's cabin where you guys preemptively were workshopping these possible oaths.
Yeah, there's a montage.
Yeah.
Or do we walk back?
How about this? Oh yeah, I'm down for that too. Yeah.
No.
All right, let's head down. All right. How about this? The ship known as the Ultros will have possession transferred to Aresia once the heroes of prophecy have secured peace and safety for Thylea and its people against the threat of the Titans.
I think that's solid.
Oh, it should be Thylea and her people because actual.
Yeah. But I think that looks pretty solid. I don't think that.
Yeah, because that gives us room. Because our whole thing centers around dealing with the threat of the Titans. So having
some people could be like, "Oh, but the Titans aren't threatening the Titan loyalists." But I feel like that part of the prophecy is up to our interpretation.
Yeah, it's our oath, so it's how we interpret the oath, or how the fates, I guess.
We can name some other boat the Ultros and rename this one and just give them the piece of shit that we named Ultros.
There you go, Sivo. No, I mean,
didn't we rename it?
That's why I put the ship known as the Ultros. Yes. That way, it's not.
That's true. We did rename it to the Boat of Prophecy
because we're not signing over Dianthus.
It was, Storm something.
Because we've already discussed that Dianthus. She said she's separate from the Ultros. The ship known as the Ultros won't sign over Dianthus either. That's why.
Yeah.
Put that in there as well. And then we'll have possession transferred to Aresia because they'll possess it, but that doesn't make me have to fucking bring it to them like Enterprise.
I think this works.
Yeah, I think that sounds really solid.
All right.
Who wants to swear it?
Wait. Okay, Julian, what do you think about this?
No, that seems pretty solid.
All right.
I mean, if you want me to speechify here, I can do that. Or Andronicus, you've been leading things. If you want to swear the oath, be my guest.
Okay. Andronicus will stand there and lock eyes with the queen. Is there any sort of like gesture that accompanies like formal swearing of oaths, or?
I mean, intent. It's
Well,
all
but
meant.
I mean, like if there's like a more ceremonial
Spit
type
handshake.
thing.
Oh no, just standing. Yeah, just standing tall and proud and sure. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
So in that case, it'll be like the standing tall, like 1 foot slightly forward, arms down at the side, but not like hanging, like holding them at the side, that sort of thing. And he'll step forward a little bit, and he'll look up at the queen, meet her eyes, and say, "The ship known as the Ultros will have possession transferred to Aresia once the heroes of prophecy have secured peace and safety for Thylea and her people against the threat of the Titans." He'll pause for a few seconds to sort of let it resonate.
All right, it definitely you all feel the bindings of the oath starting, but unless she accepts it, it does not actually, come into play. And you feel that,
Queen Helen.
yeah, you feel that crackling energy, and she says, "It does not fully satisfy my need. I would clarify, the ship that you speak of is the very same that I view from this wall. The ship you sailed into these harbors upon.
Damn it, Sipo.
Further, I would ask, given the difficulty of your mission, that you be more realistic in your offerings. That even in the face of defeat, the ship be transferred to Aresia. And that if you tarry too long, the ship be transferred. Let us say 3 years."
I'll give you 5.
5 years, your success or your destruction.
I look around at everybody.
I give the affirmative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be fine. But
Okay. She says, "Then, I, Helen, Queen of Aresia, understand that the ship known once as the Ultros, the ship I now stare upon from my high walls, the ship you sailed into my harbors in, will have possession transferred to Aresia once one of the following conditions is met. 5 years have passed. The heroes of prophecy have secured peace and safety for Thylea and her people against the threat of the Titans, or the 5 members of the heroes of prophecy are destroyed."
Oh, wait a second. If someone were just
And as she says that, you feel that oath starting to settle in. Does anybody cry out in opposition? Otherwise,
because they could just try and destroy us right now and get it.
They can try.
Good fucking luck.
it's an exercise.
I mean, technically, they
it's an
could have
exercise-
done that anyway.
Yeah, it's an exercise of trust. I mean, yeah, like there's no way you could leave Aresia right now. Like their action economy, 700 scouts. That's 1,400 arrows per round.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought it was 600.
Yeah,
What
they
did get
right
to?
now, if they really wanted that ship, they could just
Take it.
yeah.
And it's not like the king of Mytros likes you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it wouldn't even be a war. It wouldn't even be a war crime.
No. I don't know about this.
I can probably kill the queen before they can take us out.
Yeah, but then they'll still like.
No, I'm just kidding. This is
Going
meta wise. All right. So how's this look? The ship currently known as the Ultros will have possession transferred to Aresia, either once the Heroes of Prophecy, blah blah blah, or 5 years have passed, or the Heroes of Prophecy are destroyed. Is that look
Yep.
good? I've just added the 2 caveats, and that's the ship currently known as the Ultros because we don't have anything.
Destroyed during. We should probably specify the destruction of us ourselves.
Or the Heroes of Prophecy are destroyed in their
In totality.
Totality.
in totality. Okay. So that way we can. That way we set ourselves up for 1,000 years in the future when Corinna has to rebuild the heroes because she gets the lost one path.
All right. As those words are uttered and agreed upon, and you feel the oath bind you. The queen smiles, a real, genuine smile, and says, "Heroes, you surprise me. You've completed the first trial of Aresia, and pleased the queen. Now, you must please its god." And the gates begin to open, and that's where we'll end the session, because we started an hour early today.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
The next task will be like destroy yourselves or something.
That'd be pretty shitty, honestly. That'd be pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like,
Warren's ready for it.
What?
These
I
fucking
wonder what-
regions.
yeah. I was like, when it was like, we get destroyed. I was like, wait a second. There's a 700 scouts. We're
Yeah, but
standing
that's
here at the
totality,
gate.
yeah,
They're
you
looking down at us
But
for
I
the
mean,
future reasons.
that was the test of trust and courage. I mean, obviously anybody would be like, "Oh, shit, no, I'm not gonna do that." Like, are you kidding me? You got 700 bows and spears trained on me right now.
I'd like to see him try.
Mhm.
I just need a high
That
initiative
was-
roll.
That was good thinking, Julian. That was good thinking.
I'm curious. How did Prime get through this?
They
They
just
have
built it. They built the ship.
Dang.
Really?
Yeah,
How long did it take him to build a ship?
3 months.
What? 3 months?
I mean, if
Yep.
you've got the people and resources, it could
They
probably
they
be done.
came to Aresia much later in the campaign. They had way more
Oh.
resources.
Damn,
Way
yeah, we've got a
Okay.
beefcake Pythor and like 50 rowers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, that was clutch. That was a clutch idea. That was really, really smart. Because how do they turn down the actual ultras?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't.
All right. Whew. Okay. So, we will continue these adventures next week, I guess.
Mhm.
All right. Announcements. We made it to 2022. New game starting the 13th, I want to say. Is session 0 for Wild Beyond the Witchlight. I already started my IRL version of it, and I am very, very pleased so far with the contemporary fantasy angle that I'm taking on the campaign. So I think it's going to be a good one. I think it's going to be a really fun one. If you are a fan of, I don't know how to pronounce it, isekai anime, where like real world people get put into Dungeons and Dragons land, I think you're really gonna enjoy it if you want to follow the progress of that campaign. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Strixhaven starts this month also. New DM Sylvie will be handling that one, and yeah. So
Hopefully
good
we'll have
stuff.
those recaps for the two campaigns that ended this week.
Technically, a new year has begun for Extra Life. I don't know how aggressively I'm gonna do out of season Extra Life stuff. We'll see how that goes. So maybe we'll work on that. But yeah, if anybody wants to run a game on the server, just like let a mod know, and we'll get you set up with the channel so you can enjoy the benefits, because we got a maxed out Discord server now. Booyah. Also, if you're looking for people to play Magic the Gathering with, or online games, or Jackbox, or any of that kind of stuff, I mean, the community's getting pretty big, and overall, as far as internet communities go, it's a pretty good community. It's a pretty good community. So if you're ever looking for people to hang out with, for D&D or otherwise, that's one of the cool parts of the server. There's a lot of cool people to hang out with. So, but other than that, I don't have any other fancy announcements. So, we are adjourned.
Alrighty.
All right.
The only thing that I'd like to say is if somebody could post up the wording of the oaths that we've sworn, I'm making a journal entry for it on my character sheet
Nice.
so that
Nice.
I have. So we have the oath of fellowship between us. We have the one that we just made, and we have the one about Diane.
Dianthus, returning
I
Dianthus.
think those are the only 3.
Yep. Just those.
Okay. So if somebody has the exact oath we swore about Dianthus, if you could post that up, that'd be great.
I'll go watch the thing again, see if I can find it.
To Demetria.
Demetria, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and you guys have you guys have started your Aresian journey. Hopefully, you're getting a feel for this very unique and strange culture. So it gets
They're insufferable.
I think
Yeah.
it's okay. Maya's kind of. I kind of want to know.
Yeah, don't worry. There's gonna be chances to learn for sure. So, all right, cool. Then I will see you guys next time. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I don't even have to go to work tomorrow. Snow day. What? Hell yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, at least I don't
nice.
have to go to the office today and tomorrow
Yeah.
because I'm still.
There's no
quarantined.
actual snow, but they declared a snow day, so I'm pretty excited. I don't think anybody wanted to get back to work, honestly. So.
That's
Dude,
fair.
fucking fair.
Uh,
All right. Night,
Yep.
everybody.
Night.
Good night.